ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The backseat. Check the backseat. All right, come here. Check the backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. That's how long has it been since I've said that?
I don't know. How long?
Didn't we do it on Friday?
Maybe it was Friday.
Yeah, John was gone. It was Stibbs. Remember Stibbs was here?
Yeah, Stibbs was here.
Yeah.
People love Stibbs all of a sudden.
Wow.
It is huge.
Hated him when he was here.
Yeah.
Love him now.
Yeah.
They
couldn't stand that
Stibbs
guy.
has aged so well.
Interesting.
Well, how can you miss me if I'm not gone?
It's true. Maybe that's the best thing that we could all do. Just leave for a day or two. Maybe soon.
Soon. Do it.
Good, if that could happen.
Yeah.
John, welcome back to our beautiful studio. What do you think?
Yeah, it's changed.
Well, I mean,
there's not a noise anymore.
There's not a noise anymore.
The wall
is clean.
Well, it's a little scuffy.
Oh crap! Where's Steve?
Oh, it's probably.
Oh my God! Where's Steve?
It might be in our boss's office.
Yeah, Mark probably has Steve.
I thought about all the things to take off the shelf that's now empty, but I didn't think about Steve.
Yeah,
you need to get your Jared Jones.
I need to get
back.
my vision back.
I think he might just
do.
throw
I
that
want
stuff away.
No. He Mark wouldn't do that. That's in his office. We're fine. We just got to get it.
Is it all in his office?
Yes, I went in his office last Thursday or Friday, and it was
Steve
all
in there?
It was in a big pile.
I haven't
everything
seen
was.
Steve.
Oh,
I'm sure he's in
throw
there.
that away. He kept everything. Why would he throw away a head of Steve Peterson?
I don't know.
Bring me his head.
You don't know about these things. I don't know.
Well, I saw the Cowboys pennant. It was on the toilet paper.
No, it was not John.
Nice, John.
No, it wasn't John.
I don't know if Mark's listening. He'd be probably runing down the hall
Russia,
with the
if you're
Steve
listening.
Peterson head right
Yeah,
now.
we can hide that still. Like it doesn't have to.
Yeah, I'll just put it in my desk.
There
Yeah,
you go.
maybe
You have to.
maybe I need to take it home. I need to have him with me.
You need to pull it out though, John. Oh, here he comes. Or is that Odson? It's somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, thank you.
He lives.
You tried to kill
Your
me.
camera's off,
Yeah,
John.
your camera's not on.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Turn John
That's
on.
been a long time.
Turn me on.
Hold on a second. I have to do things. Well, how does this work?
John forgot how to do StreamYard.
I did.
Mhm.
I
You were
did.
gone
I
for
forgot.
2 weeks.
18 days. I counted them.
18
Wow.
days.
Wow.
There he is. All
And
right.
All that time you were just
Hello.
relaxing, I assume.
Hello.
Oh, it's so good to see you, Steve.
Oh, it's always good to see me. By the way, sad news about old Trev yesterday. It's a real pain in the ass.
There
So
he is.
it's a
Okay.
big bummer. Thank you, Steve.
I feel better.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks. Yeah, just
I
keep
thought
him
about
right there.
that. I thought about that. I was like, oh my God, we're Steve.
We'd have a hook.
Wait a minute. We kept this crappy
Yeah.
Racers basketball that's
Yep.
like scarred and deformed.
The
It's
thing-
got like holes in it and weird indentations, but we tried to ditch Steve.
It's very
the
interesting.
vision,
The things,
the
like
man who influenced the last half century of Nebraska football, or quarter century.
the three things that got kept were very interesting. There's a disco ball,
Yeah, what's this?
a basketball,
That's from Chick and Nick.
and a
It's
couple
their
random
dance-off
signs.
trophy or something.
Everything
right?
else got thrown away, including Stibbs'
that what it's-
trophy.
Was that what it says on there? What does it
Says
say?
Metro Stars Dance for a Chance champion.
I believe Nick Bob won that. I believe that's Nick's trophy.
Well, then why
We should give that away to the predictions champion.
Oh, that's a fun bit.
Yeah.
Take this little plaque off.
Yeah,
and-
exactly.
And the predictions loser still has to shave their facial hair.
No.
No,
Canceled.
it's not happening again.
John emails in, I didn't hate Stibbs when he worked with you guys. There you go.
On the right side of history, John.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats.
Yeah, people were very excited for Stibbs last week. And they very much enjoyed the Hawk Tua. Very
I love
much
the Hawk
enjoyed
Tua.
And the Super 70 Sports working for Outkick.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
John,
great.
do you know about Hawk Tua yet?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Out on it.
Why
I
is that a
mean,
drop?
Why wouldn't it be a drop?
Why is it? Why did it become a thing?
Well, why do things become things on the internet? Is
I
a
know.
long, complicated
I
question.
Those
know.
were on a billion
I bet-
hats at the Village, by the way.
Oh, were
Really?
they?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see
Already?
any.
Yeah, I took a picture of it. There's like a line of them. It was next to the
Wow,
MAGA hats.
So
This is
I
hard.
I
This
is
found
a
out
MAGA
about
hats?
this
Yeah.
for the I'm
MAGA
usually
Hawk
on
Tua
the,
handshake
usually
meme?
on the cutting edge of the trends.
Yeah.
I usually know
Yeah,
about
see you.
things when they happen because
MAGA
I'm on the
Hawk Tua.
TikTok.
Sure.
But I didn't find out about this until
The show? Until Friday?
it was like Tuesday or Wednesday
Of
basically
last week?
after I got off of the field.
Okay.
And I told my friend about it. I go, have you seen this?
Have you
It's a
seen
pretty-
this? Have you
it's a
heard about
pretty
this?
Funny video. They're like, yeah, people have been talking about it all weekend.
Oh,
Where have you
wow.
been?"
Interesting. Yeah. So I didn't know what it was because I read an email or a tweet. Nick, do you remember? It was on Friday and I read something.
Or Stibbs kept saying it.
Well, but it was going over my head. So I
Mm-hmm.
didn't understand what it was. And somebody was like, I can't believe you're not making any references. And I said, what is this?
I
So then I
also
watched it
didn't
during
know.
the commercial break. And
We get in a weird specific bubble during the College World Series. Like the amount of people who didn't know about the submersible when that happened.
I barely knew about it last year. Heck, I just found out today that watering hole closed downtown in Lincoln.
Oh, really?
I had no idea. Did you know this?
You like the
No.
watering hole. You tweeted about
No.
it a
Oh,
lot.
that's right. The
Somebody
watering hole. You-
poisoned the watering hole.
Yeah, it closed apparently. And Sean Callahan reported it.
Like
is what
it's just
somebody
it's
said.
dead.
So there's multiple locations, right? In Lincoln still?
There was two, I guess. Did they close?
So yeah,
them
the
both?
downtown one closed apparently.
Mm.
Wow.
May it rest
to
in
see it.
peace. Yeah.
Had no idea.
See, there you go. College World Series bubble.
Top
well,
five things
there's a
John
good chance
doesn't
I
know
wouldn't
about.
have known about that even in
Oh.
normal times.
That's true.
Someone
other-
truly did poison the
What
water
are,
hole.
what are
What
other
did,
things
uh,
that John might not know about?
Yeah, what did John miss over the last 18 days? That's a long time.
See, well, he knows about Hawk
Congrats to the
Tua.
Boston Celtics.
That
Mm.
happened.
That
Yes.
did happen.
Yep.
Yep. Do
I
you know who
saw
won the?
none of it.
Do you know who won the U.S. Open?
Yeah, we had it on in the booth.
No,
We
that was a
did.
different one.
No, it wasn't. The U.S. Open?
That wasn't this past weekend.
Well, it was 2 weekends ago,
All right.
Oh, yeah.
but I was still gone. That was the first weekend of the College
Yeah.
World Series.
So
it
who
was DeChambeau.
There you go. All right. So John
Okay.
knows that.
Yeah.
I saw the
we were watching the paint.
I saw the
one.
very smart protesters throwing
Yeah.
crap on the
Nah,
green.
that was this weekend,
That was
right?
yeah,
not
that
the
was this
US
last
Oh, did you
weekend.
see the protesters throwing paint on Taylor Swift's jet?
Oh,
I did see that.
Yeah,
I
that
actually
happened.
didn't.
I don't even know what
Yes.
this is.
Environmental They broke into a private.
I don't think
airfield,
they
just
were
put paint over
environmental
her desk.
protesters. I think they were Broncos fans.
Nice.
It was
Nice.
orange paint.
It was orange
Speaking
paint.
of Stibbs,
Hallmark movies.
what else do you,
Hallmark
John? What
movies.
else do you know about? I'm trying to think of other sports things that have happened.
The Panthers won last night.
Yep.
You know anything about some of the players that Nebraska's added onto their football team?
Ooh.
They added a running back.
They did. You know anything else?
And that's about it.
You don't know about the Jack Mitchell's new king,
What?
Huh?
the guy from his college, Northwestern. Do you-
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
quarterback.
the quarterback that's never going to play a meaningful snap.
Don't you say that on the radio? People
about
get
the German? Do you
pissed
know about
when
the
you say
German?
that.
If he does play a meaningful snap, bad things are happening.
Yes. Welcome back, John.
Hello.
Wait, what?
Duh.
Somebody
40
got mad at me yesterday because they were like, what was this guy 4-star? Was this guy 4-star? Was this guy 4-star? Now, one of them was Rex Burkhead, which made me laugh because I was like, he actually was a 4-star.
Yes, he was.
But people are like, you guys could be wrong.
If
People
they-
really want this dude to be the bee's knees.
If this guy
Why?
plays
He's
a
the
mean,
backup quarterback.
he's a fourth string quarterback. Again, if he
Yeah.
plays
Thank you.
bad, chances are
Thank you, John.
bad things, very bad things have happened.
Yeah.
The thick guy who looks like a linebacker and throws like Dan Marino probably is gone.
Fins up.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
That's what happens.
I wish that
It-
Jack was on the show today so you could yell at him.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I mean, I'm glad he's here, and it's a cool little story.
Yeah,
you know
Cool
about how
little story.
Happy
about how he
he's
got
here.
discovered,
Welcome.
and depth is good. But this far down, you don't want to go that far.
Did you see
I'm just
Sipple call that one guy big boy?
Oh, that was so funny.
Big boy.
So
It involves this.
it involves this because Sipple spelled his
Oh.
name wrong.
Oh no.
And then somebody reached out and said, you know, if you're going to say whatever, you need to spell his name correctly. And Sipple doubled down. He
said,
goes,
"No, I
I
got to say it right, big boy."
big boy, but Sipple did spell his name wrong. It
He was wrong.
It was so funny. That was a tiny little story from, I think that was the first day of the College World Series, wasn't it? Or was it around then?
No, because we talked, well, hard to know. What day was what?
Maybe
I
it
don't know.
wasn't. You're right. You know what? I think you're right.
We talked about it last
That was
week with Sipple.
so funny. That was really funny.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Big boy.
The Royals suck now.
I know. Well, you were lamenting about that
I was.
yesterday.
Yeah, I just found out about that last week.
And then I went home last night and watched the Cubs blow a 2-run lead in the 9th. And
But they
don't-
sucked the whole time.
their bullpen is bad. They're horrible.
You've been saying that for weeks.
They're awful.
And they
At
can't
least
hit.
you know what? Weather's hot. Cubs bullpen sucks. At
Nice.
least there are consistencies in life.
Have you been paying attention to the International Federation of American Football?
What
The do what?
hell?
Why do you have that smile on your face?
Because
Yeah.
it's ridiculous. It's just a global football thing, but it's based off of country. So Canada put 110 points on Brazil.
Nope.
They scored 0.
I
haven't paid attention to
actual
that.
football or the
It's American
the
football.
kicky
No,
football?
it's the International Federation. So it's American football.
That'd be impressive
Oh.
if that was 110 goals in a game.
It would be.
It'd be more than a
It
goal
would.
a minute.
It would.
People
Yeah.
did get weirdly obsessed with cricket over the last couple of weeks. What's been going on in
Because
cricket?
America won.
And then they lost.
And
But
then
they won.
They won. They beat somebody that
Who'd
they
we beat?
shouldn't have beaten.
Was it the UK?
So that's what's happening to all the good
No.
hitters in Major League Baseball, becoming cricket players.
Yeah,
United
it.
States
What the
cricket.
hell?
They,
doesn't have anything to do with the ball or the bats.
it was they upset
cricket.
somebody and it was like this would be like they defeated
beat-
Pakistan.
Oh, I was gonna, yeah.
Yeah.
Pakistan.
Yeah.
That's a,
I
that's a
mean,
big upset.
Listen, no
what
offense.
the cricket
No
people say.
offense to the Pakistanis who obviously do play the cricket,
Hmm.
but
Apparently so does America.
We should be able to have cricket players.
this is kind of like, Michigan upsetting Tennessee in baseball.
Hmm.
It's an upset, but it don't sound like an upset. You know what I mean?
We're
Mhm.
well resourced.
It's too big a brand. U.S. is too big a brand
Mm.
to be an upset.
So the US is too big to fail.
Interesting.
I said too big a brand.
That's why if American soccer ever does anything of any significance at the World Cup or the Olympics,
Mhm.
then will people view it as an upset? The little engine that could, America, or should it not be viewed that way?
I mean, if they win the World Cup, that'd be a hell of an upset. Hey, man,
know.
massive underdogs.
Be very
Pretty w-
depressing because
pretty well
then
sourced.
Josh's dreams of destroying the 1970 national championship team will come true.
Yes, classic. Now, John, here's another question. So you know that Adrian Martinez and his team won the
I do, and Tom
whatever.
Brady gave him the trophy.
Do you know what happened with Adrian Martinez in the game before the championship game?
No.
Guess. What happened to
Um,
Adrian in the game? Now, remember,
Did he break
he
his jaw
He
again?
finally got the lupus.
The
got
lupus.
benched.
Whoa.
And then he
Because
won
of
the
lupus?
MVP for the whole league.
He got benched in the first playoff game?
In that, well, I don't know how many playoff games there were, but in the
Adrian
game before the
Martinez-
title game.
So does that mean he has been benched at every level of football, at every
Wow.
place he's ever
Wow.
Interesting. Adversity. He overcomes adversity.
That's-
been? He
That's-
loves adversity.
That's
Mhm.
not nice.
Tom Brady handed him the trophy, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
John just said.
I didn't hear that.
Did he
Sorry.
get
I saw
benched in
that.
high school?
He
In
just kept getting
Fresno?
hurt in high school. Remember his shoulder.
Yeah.
John writes in, every time the TV would pan to a young, tan-skinned, blue-eyed co-ed during the game last night, very
Yikes.
specific.
Whoa.
I regretfully and instantly thought Hawk Tua every single time they showed one.
Whoa.
Well, there was a Hawk Tua in that got focused on there in the
Oh,
in the big 4-run inning.
Yeah.
I saw
We
her
were-
earlier and I said, wow, she's not going to get on camera. And then they showed her and
Me and
she
John
was
both
jumping
Call
up
her
and
a
down.
young Hawk Tua.
Me and Jumbo simultaneously said, "Whoa,
Whoa.
what's going
And I
on?"
said, I saw her already.
She showed up on the big.
And then she did a hawk. Too.
No, but Chris and I showed up on the big
You
screen.
did. I tried to get in on that and it just wouldn't load for me. I wanted to do
Yeah, they
Vegas
do
Jam.
this thing now with the Coke Zero where during a certain inning, if you go to the Coke Zero app or website or
you
whatever,
have to scan the code that
you
puts
scan
on
the
the
code.
board.
Yeah. And then you do
Code.
selfies. And it happened to be when we were out in the Aggie bullpen.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so we just stood
Yeah.
there and went,
I just wanted to make it.
Did you go, bah?
No, I
that's-
just went,
I wanted to. I tried. I was trying to get it wouldn't load.
Then a lot of
Interesting.
well,
people
that
were
would have been
doing-
obscene.
I was getting really bad service.
Bad
all week
service.
there.
That's a
I
bummer.
think it was just overload.
A lot of people were doing the hawk tuas when they got on the.
That's what they were doing. That's what the fans were doing.
Probably when they got on the
Wow.
Coca-Cola.
Oh, I'm
camera.
guessing after last night's win, there were a lot of Tennessee fans going hot too.
Congratulations to the Tennessee fans. That seemed like watching on TV because I wouldn't, be caught dead there if I don't have to be.
Yikes, Josh.
Seemed like, John, you've been to many championship games in a row now.
Mhm.
Would you say that was the best atmosphere that you have seen in the ones you've been to? Because on TV it looked incredible.
Yeah, it was great.
It was.
It
great.
seemed like there were more because normally, and especially in the Rosenblatt days, it always felt like it was more Omaha people than fans of the teams
Oh, and
involved.
yeah.
Last night, there's one shot of the crowd and it's just all orange, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of Tennessee.
Well, the thing is, the orange shows up better than the Aggie colors
And
do.
the maroon.
a lot of
But
maroon.
there were a
Shows
lot
your
of
rings.
maroon there too. I mean, it
Yeah.
was.
Creeps.
I don't know. I'd really like to know what
Not a cult.
division is
My cult
between
ring.
Aggie fan, Vol fan, and local fan. Because I would
that's fun.
guess that the local fan percentage was the lowest it's ever been
Yeah,
in that stadium for a championship.
Okay, I
I
thought
the
same
number
thing.
that I said this morning was less than 50%, which would be staggeringly low.
Easily, because I think Tennessee had at least 6,000-7,000 people in there, and the Aggies probably had 3 or 4.
That's awesome.
It was cool.
Like those big moments
well,
last
then
night.
I
It
guess
was
that
like,
wouldn't.
then it'd be right around 50. Right?
Yeah, I guess it would. I mean,
it just sounded so loud for those big moments.
It
It was
Oh,
crazy.
it
in there.
was.
it was.
I
And then,
was-
and then in the 8th inning or 8th and 9th innings when Texas A&M's was threatening.
Oh yeah.
Tight
Oh
butthole.
my God, there was some.
Well, could you tell?
I mean, there was if the National Weather Service did a sphincter watch,
Yes.
a sphincter tightening watch, it was a full-blown warning in the Tennessee dugout.
The tightest sphincter.
I mean,
ever.
I've never seen so many
let's go
people.
down to John. John or Kevin?
I've
What's
never
a
seen
sphincter
so
alert?
many people go back to the bathroom.
dude.
Just constant. There's constant flow of people because there's, for those who aren't familiar, there's the clubhouses, but right off the dugout tunnel, there's a small little hitting cage where there is a one-stall bathroom.
Mhm.
And so when the players would go back there, and Vitella went back there, and
He
you know,
walked all the
did-
way up to the door and back. He didn't
Yeah.
say anything to anybody.
Yeah.
He just walked.
he was just walking.
So you
Walking
think guys
ship
are going to the
with art.
bathroom like throwing up, like nerves? Or?
No, they just needed to not be out there.
Yes.
Oh,
he
it's
just
just-
needed to go somewhere.
That's awesome. Like you gotta love a sporting event where it's that intense.
It was nuts.
It was intense.
That's
Also,
pretty cool.
the fans, at least where I was, because I was around a bunch of Aggie and Tennessee fans, they were handshake miming. They were just talking. They were having nice conversations with each other.
it
There wasn't a
seemed like
hostile
It
environment.
did not seem
SEC.
hostile.
No, it wasn't.
I don't know if I didn't
Like-
of course not that I'm paying attention, but
I
don't
wasn't
think there were a
expecting
lot
any
of
punches to get thrown, but
Yeah.
there wasn't even that much chirping or anything. They were
No.
just kind of
No,
talking.
there really
They were
wasn't.
hanging out.
I did hear various reports of some in-stadium fights throughout the week,
Oh, okay.
but I don't think that's because of their fandom. Just people. You
Yeah.
know?
Alcohol.
people and drunk. I did see a couple of people in the
Hot Tula?
suite level. I went to the suite level to get some pregame meal, and this one
wow, not to
Tennessee
brag,
fan
John.
was yelling at his wife.
Oh,
What was he saying?
Something about, I want to drink a beer. Hey, I'm high, I want to drink a beer. What do you mean you don't want to carry my food for me? Or something like that.
Classic.
I mean, it was, I mean, if you would
So
have
he had
seen
already
these
had it.
Oh, I
people-
believe you.
if you would have
I
seen
think
these
he'd already
people,
drank a beer in Omaha.
number
Mhm.
one,
At
you
least
would have
one.
thought, why are these people in the club level? And then secondly, it's,
everyone's just standing
yeah,
there
I've
awkwardly.
probably seen this play out before on an episode of Cops.
Mm.
Nice.
Did you get to interview Morgan Wallen?
No,
Did you try to talk to Peyton? Did either of
No.
you try to talk to Peyton while
I
you
did.
were there?
Happer did.
he did.
And that didn't go well?
I was declined.
I didn't realize until the very, very, very end of the game. Like I could tell that Barnes was there, but then they panned out and Josh Heupel was there
Yeah,
too.
they were
and
all
I was like,
sitting up
oh,
in-
Josh.
They were all sitting
He's
there
the
in
football
suite.
coach.
If we're
He played
playing
at
a game of
Oklahoma.
who was more polite when they declined an interview
Oh,
request
yes.
from me,
Who is the most polite?
Trev greater than Peyton Manning.
Oh, no. Probably because Peyton gets asked like a billion times.
He does interviews with everyone else
Except
under the
for Connor
face of the
Happer.
sun, except for Connor.
Yeah, I did see him on
Maybe I need to be nicer or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
You think any major leaguers were there? Do you think Todd Helton was hanging out somewhere?
Jeff Kent was
Yeah, Jeff
definitely
Kent was
there.
there. They
Jeff
showed him
Kent
on
was
TV
there.
a million
Jeff Kent, yeah.
times. Yeah. I'm sure there were some
And
pro
apparently
ball
people were
players.
very triggered at Kyle Peterson because all they do is talk about Jeff Kent. Braden Kent,
His son's
Kent.
coming up to bat.
It was kind of fun though to watch
People
him
love complaining about announcers.
because everyone else would be standing, and Jeff Kent would just be
Dude,
sitting there,
stoic.
glassy,
They kept-
just
and he kept-
stoic.
he just
didn't
was
change.
eating-
popping the
It
sunflowers.
looks like he was eating one seed at a time every
Yes.
time they showed him. He was not throwing in like meat.
He didn't move the entire 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
He just sat there. in
The
that
only
exact
time he would
spot.
move, occasionally he'd like point in his head, tell his kid to, but I mean, there was very little.
Yep.
He was trying to play it as chill as possible.
Jeff Kent. Man, Jeff Kent.
NASCAR driver Jeff Kent.
2000 NL MVP or
Yes.
somewhere around
I saw
there?
that stat on
Yes.
TV and I was like, wow, I didn't remember that at all. And that's my prime
That's
baseball watching.
almost
That was-
2001.
Classic. What a great year. Ichiro was the MVP in the AL that year.
That's right.
I
You
don't-
know that NL MVP was?
I'm going to guess it was Luis Gonzalez. He had
I
like
would actually
50
just
some-
assume it was Barry Bonds.
That's a solid point. 2001 NL MVP. Gonzalez had over. It
Was
was
it
Barry
Bagwell?
Bonds. It
Oh,
was Barry
Barry,
Bonds.
okay.
Yep. There you go. Nice.
It was Bonds.
Barry Bonds. He was awesome. What a player.
Pretty good.
What a player.
He won it 4 years in a row, starting
Cheated
in
like a son
2001.
of a buck,
But a great player. He rubbed the cream in the clear. all
that's the
over
thing
his
about
body.
Bonds is it's not that he cheated. It's just how freaking stupid he was.
Yeah.
It's just, he was already a great player.
Well, Ryan McGee, he stopped by yesterday and he was telling stories to us about hanging out with whomever who was in Omaha and how he was like, yeah, I could just throw out a prompt and suddenly they would talk for like 2 hours and give their, just, whatever, their opinions. And one of them, he was like, now that Willie Mays has passed away, who's the best living ball player?
Mhm.
And I said, oh, did they say Barry Bonds? And he said, one guy said Barry and one guy said Ken Griffey Jr. So, which is kind of what we
Both fine.
Yep. I say Barry.
Barry claimed at the MLB Rickwood game, which you probably missed, John.
Oh, yeah. Did
I
you see
did
the Reggie Jackson video?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Barry said when asked the question, what would happen if you came up to bat against Satchel Paige?
Oh, what did he say?
Oh,
said
yeah, I
He
saw this.
Yard him, right?
Simple, gone.
It's like,
That's
gone.
awesome.
He's
It's
gonna
out.
crush Satchel
That's
Paige.
pretty good.
I've never heard anybody say that.
Everyone's so
before.
like,
hilarious.
oh, they'll
But
speak
it
in
looked
hushed
like-
tones.
Smoke that old
It
ass.
looked like Ken Griffey Jr. was a little put off by
Junior
that.
said he would
was.
bunt, didn't he?
Yeah, like everyone's
like,
like,
"I'm gonna
oh,
bunt."
Satchel was the best. I have all the most respect in the world for Satchel Paige. Barry's like, nope. See you
That's-
later.
It's
That's
gone.
funny.
He's getting
It's
lit
out
up
of here.
That's
by
awesome.
by Barry.
Well, him and Griffey, like, isn't that the story? Is that Ken Griffey Jr. had all that success, and then obviously McGuire and Sosa, and then Barry Bonds was like, it's time for me to start doing roids. And Griffey was like, no, not for me.
Well, yeah,
Right.
because he watched the summer of '98.
8.
Yeah.
What a summer it was.
He was still very good during that time.
Yes, he
Yes.
just wasn't hitting 70 home
Yeah.
runs.
He never had to do the roids.
He did, Nick. He was
Barry
a Hall of
Bonds
Famer.
legitimately just didn't have
He
to do
didn't.
He was a
that's why,
Hall
again,
of Famer.
It's not
He
that
still
he
is.
cheated. It's just how he was just stupid. He would have been a great Hall of Famer. And now, I mean,
he probably wouldn't have gone down as the best player ever, like living now, right? Like if he doesn't do roids,
I don't know.
or do we still? I mean, he
it's
did have
hard-
a lot to his game. He was a great player, field and
I mean,
still
assuming
stealing
he
bases.
didn't get hurt, which he probably wouldn't have, I think he still probably would have been the greatest living ball player.
Yeah.
He just wouldn't have had 760 some odd home
Yeah,
runs.
73 home runs in a year.
He'd have had 500 home runs, but he would be,
When did he start doing steroids? Do you remember? What is the story on that? Is that 99?
It was
probably?
right around that
yeah,
time,
it
yeah.
was right around that time.
Okay.
Question for you guys. You're
Yeah.
all of baseball, and I'm recently of baseball.
I'm definitely of it.
How come? Crap. Why did I?
Ken
forget
Griffey
his
Jr.
name? Not Junior.
Mickey Mantle.
Troy Tulowitzki.
No, my God, Yankee shortstop. Why can't I think of
Derek
his
Jeter.
name?
Carl
Why
Yastrzemski.
isn't Jeter in these same conversations as
'Cause he
Junior and Bonds? He
'Cause he-
wasn't. No.
He wasn't. He just wasn't that good.
Hmm.
He's good. He's a very good player.
Yeah.
Derek
He
Jeter
was more,
wasn't
he
that-
was more a winner.
No, he wasn't that.
I'm just kidding.
He wasn't that good.
He was just a winner,
Yeah.
Okay.
and he played for the Yankees. So there's a certain, but yeah, he was never a home run leader or
He was
anything
awesome,
like
though.
that. He was a great player.
Yeah, like Johnson. Great
3,000
winner.
hits.
Yep, 3,000 hits. Always seemed to show
How
up in
many
the
dudes
clutch.
have 3,000 hits? Like 30, 20,
Do what?
less? How many MLB players have 3,000 hits?
I have the number. John, you want to guess?
I guess 22.
I'll go definitely higher, like 38.
33.
33. I looked it up.
Larry Bird. 33.
33. Jeets
No,
is one of them.
Jeets is
And now
one
that-
of those.
Now that guys aren't hitting anymore, we'll never see that again.
Nope, no more hits unless you're Stephen Kwan.
Well, so like for
Against the Royals.
so 300 wins used to be the thing for the pitchers, and then
That's
obviously that's
definitely-
way. So what is 3,000 for a new era? What is the number that a hitter reaches, and we're like, wow, what a
Probably 2,000.
2,000, not even 2,500. Dang.
I don't know. It's a good question for Faren.
So the most recent guy to get 3,000 was Adrian Beltre, right?
Yeah.
Right? Are we to believe that he is the last? I don't know if that's the
Tony
case.
says 2,500. By the way, Jordan writes Jeter was incredibly average.
Jeets was good. Jeets.
Ritu
No,
If I were nice, if I
I
remember,
mean, a lot of people like to say that because he's a Yankee and they get and it's true. If you're a Yankee,
he definitely wasn't the best
You
shortstop
get-
on his own team for a while.
you get more
A-Rod.
credit than you probably would for an average franchise. But come
His
on,
fielding was the bigger issue than the batting, right?
yeah, he stunk at defense.
Yeah.
But like, and by stunk,
again,
average.
A-Rod was the better
Yeah.
shortstop, and he had to play third because of Jeter.
And then A-Rod did some rights.
And then A-Rod did
And
some
then he
rights.
hit dongs.
He did. He was also very good.
do you know
Mariner. Go Mariners.
who the Major League Baseball active hit leader is, and how many hits he has?
Is Joey Votto currently active?
Who was the guy who played for the Tigers? Is he
I will
still
tell
around?
you this right
Miguel
now: it
Cabrera
is
is not
not
active.
Joey Votto.
Because it would have been Miggy, right? Before he retired?
Yeah,
Joey-
he got 3,000.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
he was a 3,000 guy.
Joey Votto is third.
Active
Paul Goldschmidt.
leader.
Paul Goldschmidt is fifth. He is 23 hits away from 2,000.
It's not Trout, right?
No,
it can't be.
Trout is 12th at 1648.
That's crazy. So he is considered the best player of this era, and he only has 1,600.
Yeah, but he's only 32.
I would not have guessed.
All right, then I'm not going to try.
I would not have. A great player would not have guessed this person.
Is he American League or National League?
National, lifetime National Leaguer.
Lifetime. So wait, is it who Star Wars Fiend mentions? Is it Freddie Freeman?
Fred Freeman,
22 something?
2202.
Wow. And how old is he?
Altuve, 2142. He is 34.
Okay, maybe
What?
he gets
Freddie
to 3K.
Freeman's that old?
Yeah, like getting
The,
to 3,000 is a lot more likely than getting to 300.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
The youngest is Manny Machado. Manny Machado's 31, and he has 1,800 hits.
Freddie seems like a
Frederick.
name a 34-year-old shouldn't like. If I was 34, I think I'd start going by Frederick.
Frederick Freeman?
Yeah,
I don't know. I like Freddie Freeman.
Keeps him
or
young.
Fred. Just cut it to
Fred
Fred.
Freeman?
It's a very
Drop the
baseball-y
the.
name. It's
Yeah.
like
Drop
naming
the
your
E.
kid Mickey. You know?
Mickey.
True.
Yeah,
Freddie,
if
Freddie,
your
Freddie.
name Mickey Mantle, like you're destined to be a great baseball player.
Yeah, I guess he couldn't just go by Mick.
Yeah.
Or what was his full name? Michelob.
Michelob Mantle.
What was Mickey Mantle's real name?
Mickey
I
Mantle?
mean, given his nighttime routine,
It was Mickey.
Michelob is an actor.
Yes.
That would be funny. if his name
Michelob.
was
Michelob Mantle.
Well, it's like Joe Theismann. He legally changes his name. His name was Mickey Charles Mantle.
Okay, so
That's a
legally.
surprise that it's not Charles Mickey Mantle.
I think it was
Michelob.
Michelob Mantle.
Michelob.
And he-
Michelob Mantle.
Wow.
One of my favorite players of all time.
20-time
Charles
20-time
Mantle.
All-Star, 7-time champion, 3-time AL
Yeah,
MVP.
he was good.
He was awesome.
Mickey Mantle, pretty good player.
He is he a top 10 baseball player of all time?
Yes.
Yes.
He was
Yeah.
awesome.
Crazy thing is, he
He-
was hurt most of his life.
And again, he had so much.
He was hammered.
How did he play like
So
that?
many players were hammered back then.
I know, but he was on a different level.
And that was late too. Like that was late for the hammered players era.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
Closer you get into like the 70s and 80s, we're talking about drugs players.
Oh, the
Yeah,
cocaine
'cause-
boys.
Yeah.
The hammered
Meet
players,
the
that
Mets.
was mostly 50s, right? That was
We're
post-war.
thinking, yeah, like
Because
30s
his first
probably.
year was 51. When is that the year he tore up his knee?
Yes.
Where he was chasing a ball in the outfield and, he stepped
hit
on a
drain. He
sprinkler.
stepped on a drain.
Oh, and his knee.
Ugh.
We should watch 61. For the
And he
movie
was
club.
not-
God, that's a great movie.
61
No, but
is a
don't
good
tell
movie.
Farron that. He hates it.
Oh, that's right. I couldn't remember who hated it. You or him.
Because,
I like
no, I
61.
like 61.
Yeah, 61 I think is awesome. Nick, you should watch 61.
I'd like to watch.
It's
I
really,
want to
really.
watch 42.
Barry
also.
Pepper.
Never watched
I've never
it.
seen 42.
I like
42 is
Barry
good.
Pepper.
Barry Pepper plays Roger Maris.
42, it's about 19 less than 61.
Nice.
Heyo.
Barry Pepper also played Dale Earnhardt Sr.
He did.
Raise hell, praise Dale.
He also was a sniper in Saving Private Ryan.
Wow.
He was
Oh,
one of my
that's
favorite
right.
characters in
He
Saving
was?
Private Ryan. Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that was
He
him.
was up there
Yes.
kissing the cross and killing Nazis.
Holy
Yep.
crap, that was him.
That's Barry Pepper.
I had no clue.
Yeah, he's awesome in that movie.
And you
He's
guys
one of my
keep
favorite
saying
characters.
Barry Pepper, and I don't even
Pepper?
know who that is. But
Well-
I've definitely seen 61 a lot.
Joe in Vegas now, not Phoenix anymore, is triggered because we were doing that one thing where we sometimes don't talk about football for 4 hours in a row. I love that the program has decided to get all the boring and stupid baseball talk out of the way right now, so we can. So the
What are
rest
you
of the
talking
summer
about?
we
We
can
talked
focus on
about a
football.
meaningless fourth-string quarterback for like 28
Yeah,
seconds.
we
now
did
we're going to
do
talk
that.
about baseball harder.
No, I don't want to do that. We
Why
can
not?
talk football.
Well,
Who do you
Farron's-
think's
Farron's
coming
coming up.
3,000 hits, Josh?
Freddie Freeman.
You think they're ever gonna
I don't know if he'll
pitch Paul
get there.
Skeens for a full game?
Probably not. It's 2024.
Hmm.
And then his next year will be 25. Now he'll have one complete game in his career at least. One.
That's it. One.
I think one.
I've got a fun Skeens fact.
Okay.
So the other night he pitched 107 miles an hour in the 7th inning.
No, he didn't.
101 miles an hour
Thank
in
you.
the 7th inning.
Yeah,
I got numbers mixed up.
Yeah.
But that's what it was. And that is the first time that's happened since I need to find it back. Boop a doop a doop. I wrote it down. Justin Verlander.
So wait, what? He's the
Justin
first to
Justin
throw that in the 7th inning?
to go that deep and still throw that hard.
All right.
Justin Verlander did it 4 or 3 times, and he's the 4th person to do it since
Wow.
2008 when they started keeping track
Justin Verlander, definitely not on steroids.
Huge ass.
Well, yeah, that,
Yes,
we saw it.
That's
in that
why
one picture.
I remember the picture.
Yeah. Wow.
And Kate Upton.
And
She
Kate
was
Upton.
in there.
Yep.
Yeah. But
What a time.
what a time.
Wow,
He really
crossover.
recovered from that.
From his huge ass.
It's just the
He doesn't.
picture.
Does he still play?
Yeah, Verlander still.
Oh,
playing.
yeah.
Who does he play for? Nick?
Still with the Astros.
Is
Yeah.
he?
Yeah.
Is he hurt?
He was, and now he's back.
All right.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Still hanging around. Hanging around. What is he? 41?
Hanging around.
41 now?
40, I bet probably 41, 42. Didn't he say recently that he wanted to pitch until he was 45?
Oh, wow.
Kind of a
Tom
crazy
Brady.
years.
He's
Yeah.
trying to be a Tom Brady.
Yeah, he's trying to get to those 300 wins.
Hmm.
We talked about the 300 wins thing a couple weeks ago, and like nobody is remotely close. The best active pitchers are in like the just past 200 or at 200. Greinke would need to be like an all-star for 3 more years to get to 300, and he's had a long, successful career. I think he's the
So he's probably the
I
last,
believe
the
he's
last
the active
chance.
wins leader right now.
He's-
He doesn't have a chance.
But he, in theory, is the last. He's the last of a dying breed.
Kershaw, maybe if he were to miraculously get healthy
Yeah, that's kind of
and
impossible.
then rip off 20 win seasons.
He kept showing up on the bottom line on ESPN yesterday. Kershaw has stepped back. Kershaw in minors. Kershaw. MRI shows it's okay.
It's just a blip.
Yeah.
Verlander needs 40 more wins to get to
That doesn't even
300.
sound that many. 40?
That's like
But that's
4 straight years of being pretty good.
winning
that's 4
10
straight
games.
years winning 10 games.
Back
and
in
it's hard
my
to
day-
get to win if you're not.
Yeah.
And not
Like in my day, Roger Clemens went 21-3. This is your king now? Not that I like Roger Clemens. for
Good
the
take.
record.
No, I love Roger
Mm.
Clemens.
speaking of big ass.
Oh, yeah. And cheating. Again, another
And when
guy
I say
who
big
didn't
ass,
eat
I'm not even talking
steroids.
about his physicality. I'm just talking
Roger
he's an ass.
Clemens, yes. We talked about him
He's an
last week.
ass.
Remember
He
that time,
threw
John?
That sawed-off bat at Mike Piazza.
Had the bat, Nick, and he chucked it at him.
Sawed off bat. Is that
Not
legal?
as big as an ass.
Mike
as me.
Piazza swung and he broke his bat, and then Roger Clemens caught the sawed-off half of the bat and threw it at Mike
I
Piazza.
have seen that. I've seen that clip.
Nick, do you know what they called that World Series between the Mets and the Yankees in 2000?
Was that the
The worst World
Subway-
Series of
You
all
got it.
time.
Subway Series?
You got it.
Subway Series.
You know
Oh,
what
wow.
they-
Interesting. You think so?
Well, it's just because it's all
Because it
New
was
York.
too new. It was
Do you know
too
what they
New
called
York.
it when he threw that sawed-off bat at Mike Piazza?
Ooh, I don't remember what they called it.
They didn't have a name for it, but I'm making it up right now.
Oh.
Roid Rage
Roid, yes.
Two hot coffees.
or Too Hot Coffee.
Too hot coffee.
Definitely
Hawk Tua.
Roid
He
Rage.
Hawk Tua'd that bat.
Two hot coffees.
Hawk Tua.
By the way, the Connor Happer Show account has tweeted out a photo of Mickey Mantle that says Michelob Mantle. Oh, that's funny.
It's great to honor some of our greats.
It definitely
Michelob
is.
Mantle.
Well, that's why Bud Black's real name is Budweiser.
Budweiser Black.
Oh,
That sounds like a specific type of Budweiser that you would order. I'll get the Bud Black, please. Ooh,
probably is.
fancy.
yeah. They don't like to use his full name because Coors Field.
Nice. By the way, Tony points out that DeGrom only has 86 wins. See, that's wild because people consider him one of the better pitchers of this era, right? Baseball.
I mean,
Was for like
but he's always
a
hurt,
short
isn't he? Always
2.5
hurt?
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he was dominant for like, probably 3
His
years.
elbow explodes a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't want that,
No,
especially if you're a pitcher.
but it's not a death sentence, Josh. Doesn't mean you suck. It
Oh,
just means
means
you
you're
have to get
injured.
it fixed.
Yeah,
You
well.
have to miss a year.
Well, that's a bummer,
It is.
especially when your job is to not miss a year.
No,
It's true.
I'm showing up every day.
But you know what? That's the beauty of guaranteed contracts.
Oh man,
Get paid to be hurt.
I'm doing rehab. Pay me my millions.
Mhm.
Nice.
It's a beautiful thing.
It certainly is.
All right.
Okay.
Connor, have a wonderful rest of your day, and
I think I'll take a nap today.
don't sweat to death.
Nice.
I'm going to go into my cold, dark basement.
Nice.
This is gonna
Nick,
get,
this is like playing the
this is
drum.
gonna jump the shark real quick.
Some people said that it already did last week.
You know
Wow.
what? I'm already annoyed by it.
Wow. Out on.
But this is what you do with drops. You just burn them into the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
Shouldn't
but
you
I
be
mean-
proud of young Nick for
And then-
playing a
And
drop?
then you bring him
Well,
back
yeah,
later.
but
then you love him.
yeah, you finally start to play drops, and it's this one.
Did you hear any of the show on Friday when Stibbs was just grabbing the
Yes.
mouse and playing some of the old stuff?
Yes. I told Stibbs how ashamed I was of him he didn't capitalize on my tweet, how young Patriot Supply Nick doesn't like the way it is by Bruce Hornsby.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever read the lyrics? Have you ever heard the lyrics to the song?
I mean, I've heard the song. I've never read the lyrics, though.
You know what it's about.
That's just the way it is. Things will
Yes.
never be the same.
No, some things will never change.
Is that how it goes?
Mhm.
Let-
You're
my
saying the
Patriot
Tupac
Supply
version.
Nick, not a big fan of that.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
It was a tough look,
it was a tough
Wow,
look.
tough luck.
Still have Bruce Hornsby, though.
but that's all right. The debates are on Thursday. You'll feel better.
I wanted to watch
During the NBA
draft.
draft.
No, the NBA draft is on
Gotcha.
during the Grum.
We get we should be happy for the presidential debates because we get live sports.
I actually realized
Round two.
I still haven't watched our Friday movie, so I'm watching it on Thursday. So I'll
Oh, you
miss.
still haven't watched the
No,
Iron Claw?
I know. We just didn't
You're
have
going to miss
time.
the debate to watch Iron Claw?
Yeah, it's not going to change my
But
mind.
Josh, it's your American duty.
Wow.
Yeah.
Close mind, Josh.
You're of politics.
How can you not? How can
I'll see the
anyone
highlights.
out there be undecided? be decided until they
I
see the
know.
debate.
Yeah.
I
know.
thought that's why we did these
That's why they
things.
do them.
1960.
Call me
I don't have an
Ken Bone.
opinion on Kennedy. I don't have an opinion on Nixon until the debate.
Let's
So-
get our Ken Bone
Exactly.
outfits
They're
on.
like, wow, Nixon looks kind of gross. I like that handsome Kennedy fellow.
He was sweaty. People forget. Radio listeners were like, "Wow, he's kicking ass."
Gonna
But
be
TV
some
viewers
sweaty
were like,
people on Thursday,
they were
too.
like, "Yeah, oh, they'll be sweaty, all right."
Mm.
Can't
You
wait.
wonder how Lee Harvey Oswald watched the debate?
Through a
Happy New Year! Just for that line.
What did he think?
Wow.
What did he think?
What a question.
Well, I think
don't
we know what
know.
he
Poll
thought.
question. What did Lee Harvey Oswald think
I
of
want to know what
the
he thought before
Nixon
the debate.
Kennedy
'Cause
debate?
obviously, after the debate, he
Oh,
made up
he
his
made
mind.
some
He made up
decisions.
his mind.
I have some takes.
Was he in Russia then? Was he able to watch it?
Oh, Nick, stop it with your semantics. Boo.
It was on the radio.
Yeah, so that's why he was like, Nixon's kicking ass. You
there it
didn't
is.
see it, though. You didn't see sweaty Nixon.
All right.
Wow.
Well, the Grum is
Okay.
back on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Chris writes in on Twitter, there will be no missing Angel Hernandez. Absolutely none. He's terrible, and I'm truly happy to see him go. Do you at all feel bad for a human man, Angel Hernandez, who just so happens to be just awful at his job? Do you at all feel like, all right, he's retiring, we should just let it go, rather than pile on, happy to see you go, rotten hell, you know?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Tuesday afternoon, with a high today in Omaha of 98 degrees and a heat advisory in effect until 7 o'clock, feeling as hot as 106. A chance of storms late this evening and tonight. Any storms that develop could become strong to severe, with hail up to the size of baseballs, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and even an isolated tornado and localized flash flooding possible. The Missouri River continues to rise, expecting it to crest in Omaha on Thursday morning. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha. Jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speed.
Your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
It's simple, Nebraska. Do the FAFSA.
No, it's not a new dance trend.
It's the free application for federal student aid.
That's money for college. Thousands of dollars for classes, books, and housing.
Just 10 minutes is all it takes to apply for the financial aid you need.
With fewer questions and faster fill-out time, it's simple to see how much you're qualified for.
Go ahead, Nebraska. Do the FAFSA.
Get started at dothefafsa.org.
Fellow Nebraskans, we need your help getting signatures to finally legalize medical marijuana. We only have 3 weeks left. Get to our state's best liquor stores, wine, beer, and spirits today and sign. Support us at nmm2024.org to make donations. Let's go.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
What's the name of this thing again? What
This
do we do
is
here?
called the. I don't know actually what this is called. The Open, the tease,
the thing.
We
I like
preview the
Open.
show. Hey, it's the show.
Really?
It's coming up right now, John.
Oh, okay.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
And with that, we welcome you to the program. Yes, the whole gang is back for now,
folks.
You know, it is summertime. People take vacations and stuff.
Oh, that reminds me. I got to put in for a day.
Not the 5th.
But the Grum, yeah, not the 5th.
No, 22nd.
Not the 5th.
Nope.
We'll be here on the 5th. None of you will be here on the 5th. We'll be here on the 5th.
Well, you'll be here on the 5th.
Yeah, Nick won't be here.
Like I said, no one's going to be here on the 5th except us.
Unreal. And Joey.
Yes.
And Joey.
That may be the ultimate grab-ass show. That we could literally get away with anything and no one will notice.
Not a bad idea.
Well,
Kind of the show on Friday was pretty grab ass. I don't know
It
how much
was.
of it you ended up watching with Stibbs, but
I didn't watch any of it. I listened in the car.
oh, I thought you were
Because
watching.
some of us, listen on the radio. The way
Oh,
the show
don't
is
you don't have to
supposed to
rant
be.
about the fun ways like Zone TV.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but
Yeah.
you're supposed to be watching the road, not some stream.
Well, I know. I figured you were like.
I was listening. I was
interesting.
listening. I was using my imagination. I was imagining how dorky Stibbs looked.
Well, he looked like
himself.
He looked. Yeah, I was gonna say he looked.
I saw
like you
Stibbs.
would-
I saw Stibbs a lot this West.
Yeah, he stopped by and visited you. He told me.
Well, we were in his suite too.
Oh.
Because Stibbs has a suite now. He
Yeah.
has a sweet life.
His he hooked me up. His dad did with some really nice ticks. Had a great time. Though it was the Father's Day early game, and so we were melting out there. I put sunscreen on multiple times, and it was gross. The whole stadium smelled like sunscreen.
Oh,
whole stadium, and other things too.
I'm curious how many third-degree burn victims.
it smell
we
like
have
Jack's
in
picture?
Omaha the last couple of days.
Smelled like Jack's picture. Yeah. Which I don't know if you saw me quote tweet that last night, but I sent. Remember we went to that Pink concert last year, and it looked like you could smell the picture.
Oh yeah, you could smell the concourse.
And your good friend, that Nebraska fan Doug, had to do his usual. They should move it to July.
Yeah, because then it definitely won't smell any worse then.
That's I think was his point. It'll still stink in July. They're not going to move it to July.
No, they're not. Get over yourself.
Exactly.
But congrats to our Tennessee overlords.
Oh, and congrats to Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats, famously called this many weeks before the series
Strangely,
began.
Tony Vitello did not mention that in his acceptance speech
well,
last night.
You know what? Maybe you should go to the bathroom again.
He was doing some nervous pacing. There was definitely some nervous
like
pacing.
you watching a Rams game or the Cubs in the World
kind
Series.
of.
Yeah.
Except he actually was pulling levers to, control,
Yeah.
who's playing where and who's doing what when.
Mhm.
Whereas I had literally no control over it. But
yeah,
neither here nor there.
His fate is tied up in 18 to 22-year-olds. That has to be the most stressful
Well, nowadays
situation.
it's more like,
That's true.
20
18
to 27-year-olds.
That's true. COVID eligibility.
COVID
Yeah,
eligibility.
yeah,
It just never goes
What,
away.
4 more years of that?
2.
It'll
2 more years.
It'll be there for a while.
2 more.
I'm not going to believe it until it's gone.
The next president, whomever that will be halfway through their term, basically, by the time that COVID eligibility
secret
is done.
list.
Ridiculous.
That's true. Get the eggs. Get the ostrich eggs.
Mm.
Forgot about the secret list.
That's right. We do have the secret list.
There
Is
it
it
is.
still up on the board?
There it is.
No one's rubbed their backs up against it. And
Reminds me, we can't
smeared
see
it.
vacation days anymore. We need to move the TV so we can see the vacation days, or put the
We almost
vacation
don't need
days
that TV anymore.
next to the secret list. No, the Olympics will be here soon, John.
Oh, boy.
Hey, no.
Oh,
you
wow.
love the summer. John loves the summer. If you love the
I
summer
do.
so much,
I
you
love
gotta
the-
love the Olympics.
No, you don't.
Did you see what
They
happened?
have
in the
Olympics
women's
in the
800?
winter that I
I
don't
did.
care about either.
Nick, I was watching the women's 800. Yeah, did you see what happened in the women's 800 last night?
Was there an accident? Was there a crash?
Actually, there was.
Because I watch, track and field for the accident.
There was.
There was.
She fell, and then she didn't
Was
qualify.
it the
for
big one?
Olympics. The big what?
The big one. At Talladega, they call it the big one.
Oh, it's just one woman who crashed. She's not going to the
those
Olympics.
are the boring kind. We need the 18-car pileups.
By the way,
I remembered how to do this. The Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John
Wow.
Higgins Weather Guard.
Look at John doing a Grum down.
Nice.
I always, when I'm here, do
No,
the
I know.
Grum
You
Down.
always do it.
Yeah.
We were on site yesterday for a special edition of the College World Series shows.
What about
Nick.
Friday?
I was busy.
He doesn't have the same program as I have, because he's got one of them
No, I have it.
inferior Apple
I
computers.
just forgot. I'm like
Anywho.
you. I handshake meme with John. Sometimes John forgets. Sometimes I forget. Nick,
You can do this in Microsoft Paint.
you forgot how to turn the studio camera off a few minutes ago during the break. I didn't bring that up on the air,
You didn't.
but now I just did.
You did.
Tough luck for you, Nick.
It is.
What do we have on the show today, John?
Rocky Top, Mountaintop, Morgan Wallen, Omaha. It's all there, baby. It's
Mm.
all there.
John's favorite country artist.
Don't tell Ryan Day. Do you think he was here?
By the way, I saw a Chris, our fine producer, Chris Prudon, who basically does everything and knows everybody at the ballpark. And
Yeah.
sometimes when he's really doing his job well, gets us Oakleys. Sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, I was bummed about that this year. I really wanted some new Oakleys. He did give me a
For
really
those of
good
you who
Greek
wonder
sandwich.
why does the Oakley guy randomly show up on the College World Series shows? That's why.
Thank you very much, Oakley.
He showed me a graphic.
Chris did?
Of like the departures. It's like from Epley.
Yeah.
And there were more private plane departures Sunday from Epley than what happens during Berkshire weekend.
Wow.
That's how many rich boosters from Tennessee and A&M were here.
Wow.
Highest airplane traffic of the year.
That's wild. That's
It
a
was
good
almost
little
like-
fun little nugget.
It was almost like was it a golf tournament or something where it had all the
Masters. It was
the Masters
Augusta.
where it had all the private planes.
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
just see the flight tracker. It's like
Oh,
all
yeah.
these planes. Just
Yeah.
dot,
Or you know
dot,
what?
dot.
Actually, that might have been March Madness too, because I think I saw one of those for that as
yeah.
well.
Mike Ferrin will join us momentarily.
Baseball.
The Florida Panthers and the Vols. Is it parity or parity?
Nice. That's a fun topic.
Michael Bruntz of Husker247.com.
Nice.
The month of June is not technically over, but in a football sense, it's over. Because now we're in the dead period.
Yeah, it's a month. It's a month before that's over.
And then there's that Sipple guy.
Oh, yeah. He keeps mentioning how excited he is for football. He's like, I'm ready for practice.
I
I'm
wonder
ready
if
for
Steve
media
Sipple
days."
is aware of how much Tony Vitello doesn't like social media.
Oh, he would.
He mentioned that last night in our post-game interview. He mentioned he started to go down a social media rant. Started. It was a very short one.
Coach,
then he
you just won
realized
the Natty.
Well, but then he wanted to go celebrate.
Nice.
We're in a good place with the old CWS, but for how long?
Oh, don't you
Sean,
dare.
what are you
Stop
doing?
it.
Everyone's feeling
Negative.
good right now.
Yeah. We're all hot and sweaty.
Big East basketball, we're with Sir Charles and the Peacock.
Oh, that's a thing that happened since you've been gone.
That is. I guess we should have created that wind tunnel. We'll find out how EA Sports disrespects you, Husker fan. When does that thing come out again?
July 19th.
Okay.
Very soon.
And yes, for the first time in 18 days, we're all back.
Nice
We're
to be here.
We're all here. We're not going anywhere. We're
Adam
here.
texts in. He goes, I'm pretty sure this upcoming season is the final COVID year. Clark Brenner's a COVID fifth year. I don't think there's 2 years left of COVID eligibility, just one. I'm pretty sure it's two. And I'll do my math real fast.
Okay.
So if you were and I'm going to use the fall year to describe all of this because 2020 was COVID.
So you started college in the fall of 2019.
No, you started college in the fall of 2020. Those people.
Oh,
like a football player. I'm trying to think of
those people.
I'm trying to think of a football player that was on Nebraska's roster. Was Fedoni? He's a 21 guy. Either way, if you started in the fall of 2020, that year is fake, right?
Yes.
So you return in 2021.
Yep.
Okay, so you've done 1 year. So 2021, you redshirt that year.
Mm-hmm.
So then in 2022, you were a redshirt freshman. 2023, you're a redshirt sophomore. 2024, which will be this fall, you're a redshirt junior. And next year, finally, you'd be a redshirt senior, 2025.
Okay.
So there are still 2 years left.
That makes sense to me.
Now, how many people redshirted and did all, like if you redshirted, I guess you couldn't redshirt in 2020 because the year didn't count. So yeah, we saw 2 more years of this stuff. The tail on this is wild. It's
crazy.
I
Very
don't
long
like
tail.
this. It's almost like they made a decision without thinking about the long-term
Nick,
effects.
they did. It was fine if they wanted to do that with like the spring sports that year. Like, I get it. Baseball, boom, willy-nilly was canceled. I understand it, but football played. Everything. They didn't think that the sports were going to play.
The insane thing about this
Because
is
they
it's affecting,
thought the Big Ten was going to lead the way.
like this COVID eligibility is even trickling into and affecting pro sports.
Of course it is. Very sad.
402-951-1620. Is that still
the phone number, John?
Do phones still exist?
42 Degrees of Source by your mom's house.
Have we gotten rid of phones yet?
No, phones are not canceled.
Okay, so 402-951-1620.
Mhm.
Has the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed undergone any changes?
People are still tweeting at us.
At USC 1620?
At USC 1620.
Equitable Bank inbox. That certainly has gone the way of the dodo bird, right?
Nope. I saw Doug at some point over the last 18 days.
Really?
Still answers on the first ring.
He still answers on the first ring, still doing a
So
great
the phone
job.
still exists. He still answers on the first ring, and Old Man Doug still sponsors the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Maybe I'll actually get an email that has nothing to do with the College World Series.
Oh, like this from Ron. Hope this is the last day for boring post CWS baseball talk. He says, bring on the football, baby. It's football time.
No, it's not.
Ron, thank
There's
you.
no football
Your
happening
wish
right now.
is my command.
There is no football going on right now. I will not have, as my summer begins, allow anyone to steal my sunshine. of which there's plenty of it.
Oh, it's out there.
And if you don't get your SPF 70, you're dead.
I think this is the
Or severely
driest I've
burned.
been in 2 weeks, by the way.
Nice.
It does help to have a working air conditioner. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Mike Faren will join us next on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
This is Protection. Yep, Protection. The everyday skin protection ritual that protects your skin from mosquitoes. Pre-barbecue. Pre-playground. Pre-everything. Pre-every day. Prevention is the best protection. This summer, make sure you have OFF, the #1 dermatologist recommended repellent brand. SC Johnson, a family company.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones. The ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one. The ones who know that Athletico's therapists can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Athletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group. Visit us in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo, or shop at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
How do you celebrate the expansion of Lindley Clothing with the addition of Well Suited? Well, you have a BOGO 50% off sale. Right now, Lindley Clothing, buy one, get one 50% off sale on suits and sports coats. Buy one suit or sports coat at regular price and get a suit or sport coat of equal or lesser value at 50% off. Now, the sale is going on now, but it ends with a bang on July 3rd. If you haven't been to Lindley Clothing, get there now and check out Well Suited as well. More sizes, more styles, more selection. In the Linden Market at 132nd and West Dodge, you'll enjoy easy access to Lindley Clothing.
I'm Taylor Bishotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Packers preparing for the future as they announced Ed Policy will take over as the franchise's new president and CEO in July of 2025, taking over for current CEO Mark Murphy. Policy is entering his 13th season with the organization and his 7th as Green Bay's COO. The Chiefs released defensive lineman Isaiah Buggs following multiple incidents this offseason. Buggs is currently in jail after being arrested on domestic violence and burglary charges last week. He joined Kansas City's practice squad in January and was re-signed to a futures contract in February. And Jets running back Breece Hall says Christian McCaffrey has set the standard for all other ball carriers and that he wants to see where he stands compared to CMC. Hall ranked 4th in all-purpose yards in 2023. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-761-0000, 800-761-0000, 800-761-0000.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that radon levels in our region are some of the highest in the country? Do you know your radon level? Protect your family by contacting the experts at Radon Defense Midwest. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer to 1620 The Zone listeners. Get 50% off a professional radon test. Radonradio.com. What's your level?
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mike Faren, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Faren Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Ferrin. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Abysmal game last night.
What happened? Oh, that's not good. You got to catch that ball.
Well,
I love those blue jerseys. Those are cool.
Yeah.
Wow, you're calling it abysmal? Even
it was abysmal because once again the Cubs bullpen blows.
But John, they're jerseys. It was an honor.
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Oh, your mic sounds like garbage.
Ooh, I wonder if it's coming through your computer.
Stand by.
I was wondering. We heard a little typey.
No, it shouldn't be.
Oh, there we go. It sounds better now.
Better?
Yeah.
There we go.
I just had to adjust the cord. Is that what I did? Yeah.
Just jiggle it. That's the technical term.
Actually, I should really have to go back and look at all that stuff that I just recorded and make sure it's okay.
Oh, no.
Ooh, yeah, probably good.
Draft profile season, boys. So having to record a bunch of that.
I feel offended and hurt because for those of you not watching in on the stream, Mike's little sub what do they call that? The subheading, the little description that we can put our super.
Yeah.
Says missing the drover.
I didn't realize he had gone to the drover. Mike, you didn't invite me to the drover.
I mean, no, you're right. I didn't. I am missing you too, John. But
I was going to say, I mean, we dined at a steakhouse. We didn't dine at the drover.
No, we had a great dinner though. That was a lot of fun.
It was a very good dinner.
What was that?
I heard about
that was
Jericho.
Thank you.
Jericho, yeah.
Yes, Jericho. Very good prime rib. I enjoyed myself. Mike and I shared a plate of fried portobello mushroom.
The banana cream pie slice. It was really cute.
Did you guys feed it to each other too?
Yes.
No, but what I did
do the thing where you twist your arms around.
But what I did do was there wasn't enough silverware so there was a steak knife.
Yep.
And so I just used the steak knife, and everyone's like, "Why don't you just get a fork? Just get a fork. You get a fork." I said, "No, I can do this."
The person serving us even came by while John was mid steak knife pie.
While John was mid.
And she said, "Do you want a fork?" And John's like, "No, I'm going to eat this pie."
It's kind of like the challenge when you go to a Chinese restaurant and you want to use the chopsticks. I wanted to use the steak knife.
I like it. You just if you want to know what kind of person John Bishop is, he's the kind of guy that eats his banana cream pie with a steak knife. Like, that's it. That's nothing can describe him better than that.
So last night, College World Series. I know we talked about this. It is. I think the third place game is coming up tonight at 6:00.
Who's on the call for that one?
Has to work one more day.
The funniest thing was Kevin spent all of 3 days there, and after day one, he was already doing the calculations of, hey, this is the longest finals game we've had since 1876, and he's doing all of this math.
He's at an age where he can complain about things like that because it might cost him a chance to get to the early bird special. Also, he's just used to calling games out of his basement now. So,
COVID.
That's a good point.
Speaking of COVID,
what in your opinion, the whole series, not just the championship series, what's the signature moment of this year's College World Series?
Ooh, boy, that's a good one. I want to say it's Hunter Ensley's catch in game one because that kind of set the tone for Tennessee.
I didn't even think about that.
Crashing into the fence. I mean, I think that would be one at the top, or Christian Moore's home run to center field. When he gets to the cycle. I think those are like, to me, I know that was early on in the tournament, but those were kind of the tone setters for Tennessee. And, like Moore's home run played a big factor in their comeback win over Florida State in that game.
Yeah.
So I would say that those are kind of the moments. To me, it's either Ensley or Tier's catch crashing into the wall, because that was just kind of like that spoke to exactly how Tennessee was going to play. They played their backsides off the entire 10 days. Like, it was really impressive how hard they played every single night. And, I think sometimes it gets lost in their talent. Sometimes you can have teams that are talented that maybe don't have that play hard gene, but that Tennessee squad definitely did. So those are the ones that I would think of right off the bat. I don't know. What did you think? Like, what was it for you?
The avoiding of the tag last night. And I know
it's unbelievable again, right?
Because a lot of people talked about that. Now, in the moment,
it was like, whoa, what a cool play.
Yeah, it was a cool play. It was
later
like,
on, you're like, oh, it's the deciding run.
Here's the exclamation point, but it ended up,
mattering a whole lot. But like, you want to talk, like, every angle that they showed, I got more impressed by it, because at first I was like, and Kyle Peterson is saying that in the midst of the call, like, great relay. And like, you thought that the outfielder and shortstop or second base, they executed it to perfection. Perfectly. And then he does that. And ridiculous.
And I think Appel, the catcher, was just stunned by what happened. I mean, that's why he missed the tag. It was like, wait, what's happening now? Like, he had him dead to rights. But I also think that, like, that's kind of indicative of what happened with Tennessee, right? Like, Christian Moore and Blake Burke are their big stars, and Drew Beam's a big star. But, like, John, we spent a lot of time on those broadcasts talking about how deep Tennessee is and how Dylan Dreiling gets overlooked, right? Yep. And the guy that's been a 3-year contributor there, right? Kavaris Tears totally gets overlooked, right? Hunter Ensley, not maybe the most famous guy on that roster, right? Like, you can start going up and down that list of that team. Aaron Combs, who I thought I actually put him on my all-tournament team. I thought he was one of the most important arms that Tennessee had coming out of the bullpen. I thought his performance in Game 2 was really what was a key factor in them winning. I think that was the thing that stood out. As much as there's star power in Tennessee, and there always seems to be star power there, the depth of talent on that roster is really impressive. And I think when you saw what those players who maybe didn't get the ink did, like, it has to stand out to you, because they were like, those guys are tooled up too. That was a really incredibly talented team.
This won't be the signature moment, but when the story of this team is told, I think one of the most important things that happened, yes, there was the no swing, no check swing call, which was huge.
That's obviously, day one, right? It's all the way back on day one.
But Saturday night, when Ensley and Dreiling went back to back and made it 9-4 or 9-5 instead of 9-2, that forced Evan Aschenbeck into the game. If that doesn't happen, Aschenbeck is saved likely for Sunday. He's probably in there in the 7th inning Sunday when it was a 1-0 game. Does Tennessee win? Does Tennessee come back? Because they would have had a fully rested Aschenbeck pitching on a Sunday afternoon. Huge, little sneaky moment that it didn't impact that individual game, but may have impacted the next one.
That's a great point. And I think it was Kevin made that point right away on the radio too, right? Getting Aschenbeck into the game was important. And I think that was, I think that ends up, because he ends up finishing it out, right? Like, they're not, they needed to win game 1. That was their best chance to win the series. And so, you understand why Slosh went to him there, but that's, I think that's another one. I mean, like, there were so many big moments that it feels like when you look back on, like, in retrospect, you always find those big moments, but there were a ton of them in the games that Tennessee won, where it was maybe little things that either set them up for success or, in the case of the finals, set them up to be able to beat A&M. And then, like, they put together a rally against Aschenbeck too. Like, that, nobody does that, right? And I get that he had thrown a bunch in game 1, but, like, Dylan Dreiling hit a 2-run homer off Evan Aschenbeck. Like, that doesn't happen, right? And I'm not blaming Aschenbeck. Like, that just speaks to how incredible Dreiling was, who, was the first player to ever homer in all 3 games of the finals. And there were really some incredible performances.
I think I did the numbers. I don't have them in front of me, and my cards are back at home, but I think Aschenbeck had only allowed 2 runs in his last 21 or 22 innings, which spanned a month. And then last night, Tennessee got the rally.
there. Which team do you think, in terms of talent, had the more talent? I know that last year's LSU team had Skeens, who was elite, but in terms of an entire group, which team had better talent? Last year's LSU, this year's Tennessee.
Last year's LSU. I mean, you had the top 2 picks in the draft. You had another first rounder in Tommy White. You had a supplemental first rounder in Ty Floyd. You had, you have another couple of guys that are going to go good, like Jump and Hurd. Well, I guess Jump wasn't there, but Hurd was a key guy last year. I think even the kind of veteran role players that LSU had, I would say were at least comparable to Tennessee. That's a good question. I haven't really considered it, and I reserve the right to change my mind, but I feel like the 2 guys, like if you were to line both rosters up next to each other, Skeens and Cruz would be the best 2 players, right? And then the next best player is probably Christian Moore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who, like, I like Christian Moore a lot, but I had some big defensive questions about him, right? Like, I think he's probably destined for left field more than he is second base. Now, I think he can be a really impactful hitter at that position, but I just think that there's, like Skeens, you forget, like Ty Floyd was the guy who, as much as Skeens got the attention, go back and look at the numbers in Ty Floyd's starts in Omaha last year. I mean, they were both double-digit strikeout at first. Didn't he punch out 15 in the finals? Like, that was right. Elite what he did there too. So I think it's LSU. I think LSU overall was the more talented team than Tennessee was, but this Tennessee team certainly has plenty of talent. And if you want to ask me, like, which one I thought this year had the most probably potential high draft talent overall, I'd say it's probably Florida State. I think they're going to have 2 first rounders for this year. Jamie Arnold will be one next year. And I think Alex Lodis, Jackson West, Max Williams, Drew Farreau. They've got a youngster from Wisconsin named Cal Fisher on that roster who'll probably be their third baseman next year. I mean, you could be looking at 5 or 6 day 1 picks next year on that Florida State roster.
Hey, Mike, looking at the loser last night, what did you think of both the question and the answer from Schlagel about the Texas job?
About the Texas job?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think he kind of got around to it, right? Like so I said this on our post game yesterday. I understand both the question and why it's asked there.
Yeah.
I understand why Schloss is pissed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the last thing that those kids want to hear is, hey, your coach may be leaving. And he's trying to protect them as much as anything. Yeah. Jim's a big boy. Like, he can handle it. He knew the question was coming. He had to
100%.
know it was coming. But he's trying to defend his players in that moment. The problem is that, and this is the case with any Deus-related press conference, is that there's a lack of intimacy to it, that those questions feel much more like accusations than they're intended. The guy who asked the question was one of the writers from TexAgs.com, which is a really good Aggies website, and it's something that it's a group that Schloss has a relationship with. What would have been much, I think, better for all involved would have been if there had been the opportunity, and I don't think there was, for him to, after the press conference, pull Schloss aside,
one-on-one,
pull him aside and say, hey man, we got to ask you about the Texas thing. What can you say? That said, I guarantee you that Jim's not holding a grudge today about it, because he knew, even as he got to it, he was like, I understand you have to ask the question. I think it's a selfish question. Okay, well, like, I mean, it's like, what is it selfish for? In driving traffic? I don't know. I mean, I think
we're all kind of wondering,
right?
I
reported on it last night. I said, hey, this job's open, and guess who the top candidates are?
Right, and Chris Del Conte was the athletic director at TCU, right, when Slots was there. So, like, I think it's absolutely fair game. It's the problem with doing that in a formal setting after an emotional loss, right? And that's not the fault of the reporter. And that's not really the fault of the coach. It's more the fault of the setup. And it's not like I can't see the NCAA suddenly being like, hey, hold that question until the end. We'll get the beats together with them afterwards.
Nope.
Which they could do. Well, they could. I mean, like, I'll tell you what, in baseball's playoffs, what you have is you generally have these public forums, right? And then the people that have been covering the team all year before the game have an aside basically with the manager for 10 minutes. And part of this is the lack of pregame. It would have been a lot better if they could have gotten to Schloss pregame and said, listen, I know you got a game to focus on, but man, if we do this now, it's going to be a lot easier than waiting until after the game. Like, we can embargo it or whatever. You don't have to release that information right away. You could wait until after the game. But I think that there were other ways that it could have theoretically been handled, that just the nature of the situation make it difficult to do. And so I'm not putting fault on the reporter, certainly. I'm not even putting fault on Schloss for being pissed about it, because I in that same spot, I would feel like I was being attacked too. And the NCAA, there's only so much they can do with it. So I think it's just one of those unfortunate circumstances that comes with the formality of those press conferentions.
Yeah, it's happened before.
My chance.
It's happened before.
I could have done it.
It'll happen.
Yeah,
I could have done it in the pregame show. I could have said,
broken it.
But I didn't. But I was thinking the same thing. I didn't want. It was like, hey, we're focused on this game.
Yeah.
I didn't want, that to overshadow.
Sure.
I mean, that's the tough part as a journalist there, right? And especially if you're building relationships with the people that you're covering. And I think it's also like, listen, like, covering college baseball is not like covering other sports. I mean, as much as we hear them, hear coaches complain about like the attention and the criticism that they get, like, you want to move up to the other league, because we'll tell you what it's like to put the big boy pants on, because what you're getting is absolutely nothing, right? Like, everything is fair game then. So, I mean, I think that there are some, that's a challenge to be able to do that. Is like, is it right? Is it right to do? It was a big story. And it's still going to be a big story until Jim Schlossnagle actually turns down Texas, if he actually turns down Texas.
No, that's fair. Tough deal, though. I mean, in that spot. And of course, for Texas, first of all, it was the worst kept secret in the world. You knew that David Pierce was out, but they didn't actually announce it until yesterday.
Yeah, and I hated that too. Like, that just wasn't fair to Pierce. I mean,
it's not fair to anybody.
We talked. I think you and I had that conversation about it, right? Like, it's just like it's whether, if you didn't want Pierce there, the reason you're not doing it is to make sure that you're not getting inundated with calls and rumors and stuff like that. Well, that's your problem for deciding to move on from the coach. It's not the coach's problem. David Pierce would like to coach again, and whether you like the cut of his jib or not, like, the guy took the program to Omaha 3 stinking times. Like, it's not like he didn't have success there. Even I'll tell you what, if he had been 0 for 8 in trips to Omaha, if he had a losing record for 8 years, it's still unfair to make him twist in the wind when everybody in the world seems to know, except for him, that he's losing his job. So I just think that it was unfair to him to have that go on publicly, and I think Texas could have handled it better.
Mike, one of the poll questions that John put out earlier was something that I imagine we'll be talking about today, and that is too much SEC. Is there too much SEC in the College World Series? I think when you were on with us right before the series started, we talked about it being for SEC, for ACC. It's funny because I feel like this is another one of those football brain kind of like opinions or questions where, like, in college football, when it's SEC on SEC, everyone's pissed. With this event, though, I didn't hear anything negative said the entire week and a half about this setup, that it was these two teams, because the atmosphere was great. We all had an awesome time. Like, is this just, again, is this a football brain type of thing when people start asking these questions, do you think?
No, I mean, I think it's something that comes up in covering college baseball too, is like there is this fear, right? That that the sport is going to become too SEC centric, and that other conferences just, why bother trying if they keep getting there? But there's a couple answers I have for that. One, if you look back, right, when was the first SEC championship in baseball? 1990?
1990.
Right, Georgia won in 90. That's what, 34 years ago, right? So go look at College World Series history before that and see how many PAC schools dominated.
Yes.
And was it an issue then? I get that the format was a little bit different. Like, if you really want to make sure that there's fair representation of smaller conferences, then we need to go back to the old regional format where it was legitimately regions, because we need to get Maine back in the tournament. But I think there's
Colorado,
right? Yeah, come on back.
Northern Colorado in the College World Series. Guess what? They've been there more times than Nebraska and Creighton combined.
Isn't it like 11 trips or something like that with no championship?
10 or 11. Yeah,
what a
that's
game!
wild.
But so anyway, I think there's part of it. I think the other one, and this is the lesson that the conferences should take from it, and I'm pretty adamant about this, if you've got a problem with the SEC because they're the league that has invested the most in baseball, then maybe you should think about investing in baseball if you'd like to beat them at it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what it amounts to. The best talent is in the SEC. The best teams are in the SEC. And that's not to say the ACC isn't good. It's a good conference. Like, I mean, I think I made that point several times to you guys over the course of the year. Like, I think they're just behind the SEC in terms of it. It's not like a year ago where I felt there was a wide gap outside of Wake. Like, they were right there with them. But if you want to be a successful conference in baseball, invest in baseball. The moment the Big Ten decides that baseball matters and financially supports it is a massive game changer for the sport, because you have the other most moneyed conference behind it, who also happens to have the geographic advantage of where the Men's College World Series is played. Like, imagine, and I know Nebraska has been there, but like, imagine what it's like if Iowa is in Omaha for a couple of times. Like, that place is going, you know how nuts Hawkeye fans are? They're going to go crazy for that. I think you can play the same game with any number of Big Ten teams that are there. So, and not just the new teams, you know, like, I mean, Washington, Oregon, you know, UCLA, USC. I mean, 3 of those 4 teams have more recent Omaha history, certainly, than anybody but Michigan in the Big Ten. But, or I guess, you know, or I guess, yeah, USC, it's been a while. I mean, Indiana has been. So, like, I think there's opportunities there for significant growth if your conference wants to invest. You know, the Sun Belt has invested in baseball. And the Sun Belt is kind of the up-and-coming football conference too, right? The Sun Belt, it basically is running a league that mirrors the SEC. 10 weeks, 30 games, no breaks, quality competition. The more money they pour into it, the better the Sun Belt is going to get. And the more representation they're going to end up with in Omaha as well. So Bingo. if you want the SEC to not dominate baseball, then support baseball as a conference, and you can try and take them down. But until that time, you're going to end up with 7 different SEC champions over the course of 8 years. Like, that's what's going to happen, because you're essentially ceding the sport to the most powerful conference.
The crazy thing is, I looked this up. If you divide the history of the CWS into 25-year segments, and I know it's not perfect, but I basically starting in 1950 and go 25 years, and then be 24 years, we have had more first-time champions in this 24-year period than in either of the previous 2 25-year periods.
Right.
So that would say it's like the sport's in a good spot. It's just that people don't like where all those teams are coming from.
This last 25 years has been the SEC, and they've spread the wealth. LSU, you know, now LSU had won before that, but, you know,
Tennessee last night,
Ole Miss, Mississippi State, you know, at Florida, you know, but I was a little surprised by that, because
interesting.
You would have thought there was a lot more in the 50s and 60s.
Correct.
But that's when USC was winning
all the time.
And then ASU in the 60s and into the 70s, right? But that's like the only repeat winner from the SEC is Vanderbilt in that 10-year span. Right? Like, so, like, I mean, not in the last 10 years, South Carolina.
A little bit before that.
In the last 10 years. Yeah, South Carolina's before that, where they went to 3 straight finals and won 2 of them, right? So like, I think there's a you're right. There is something to be said for that. Also, like, I don't think it's a coincidence that college baseball continues to gain in popularity as the SEC continues to be good in it.
Couldn't agree with you more. Yeah.
There is passion there. I mean, if you weren't in the stadium last night, it was tremendous. It was fun to have 2 fan bases to just jump in there and basically try to outbid each other for
Mike
who gets into the stadium.
I said it
and
earlier.
The flip side to it is, if you're in another conference, like, you hate the SEC, right? So like, they wear the villain's hat in so many of those discussions, and like, you kind of need them for that too.
Yes.
Yeah, I said it, Mike, earlier, that I just cannot remember a championship matchup where so many of the fans were obviously not local and were there to root for one of the 2 teams. Like,
and it makes a difference.
It really does. It sounded like, at times, you could close your eyes and be like, wow, that sounds like they're playing in Knoxville, or that sounds like they're playing in College Station.
Yeah.
And that's something
for our local economy.
Well, I mean, I think beyond that too, like, it's great for that venue to have that intensity to it, right? the thing that we like, as great as the Men's College World Series is, and you guys know how much I love coming to Omaha and how much I love the city and love the people and love the event. The thing we lose is the thing that makes college baseball really special, which is the environment. You know,
Yes.
when you have 6,500 people in Greenville, North Carolina, literally hanging on the fence watching the game, like, you don't get that atmosphere anyplace else, right? Minor league baseball is the closest in terms of crowd size, and it ain't that intense, right?
No.
Like, you're not getting 4,000 people like hanging from the rafters singing "Oh Canada" in Bowie, Maryland, like you are in Tallahassee, right? And you're also just not getting that in Omaha because it's a bigger venue, because there are people that don't have a rooting interest. And I think part of it's the design of the stadium, which is everything was set further back, so the fans are away from the field. So you lose a little bit of that intimacy because they went with a lower rise setup, which is, I'm not blaming them for it. It's just a reality of what the situation is. So anything you can do to replicate that feel of a key SEC series when you have two SEC teams going head to head, like, love it. It's great.
Well, we didn't get a chance to get to any of the stuff in the majors, but again, the Cubs bullpen sucks. The Royals are bad again, so no one here locally cares anymore. But we haven't updated this in 3 weeks.
We have not. It's been a while.
Are the current White Sox worse than the 62 Mets? And the answer is still yes, by 2 games.
Wow, not great.
By 2 games. The crazy thing is, from this point in the season forward, the Mets will have won only 17 more games the rest of the season.
Wow. Yeah. The White Sox tonight, if they were to lose, will be on pace for 120 losses.
Not great.
It's the only thing I get to enjoy about Major League Baseball this year.
Wow.
Did you see how they lost on Friday night with Paul DeYoung forgetting how many outs there were?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
no.
And the fact that Benetti was in the ballpark calling it for the Tigers had to be just some very delicious irony.
By the way, Benetti is doing a stand-up comedy show July 11th in Detroit.
Yes, this is like some fundraiser
charity.
For
It's a charity.
It's hospital or
Hits and Giggles is the name of it. Hits and Giggles, which is perfect, right? So I was just texting with him a little bit about today. So we're going to have him on our show next week to help promote it. But yeah, if you're in Detroit and you want to hear Jason Benetti crack wise, I highly recommend it. I wish I could be there for it because he's just a special human.
He needs to steal the duck joke that you retweeted today.
That joke was good. That was from Minda. The photog for the Storm Chasers is the one who hit me to that joke.
Yeah.
That was a great one. Yeah,
good joke.
It was a lot of words, and so I just kept on.
But
the punchline is great.
Is it that good? Is it that good? Because no offense to,
it's like the Aristocrats of clean jokes.
Do you want me to tell it?
I'll read it.
Okay.
Oh wow, Josh doesn't want to hear humor.
No, probably it's too many words, and it's
That's true.
We have a guest coming up.
Long joke.
You read books.
Nick, I'm looking at the clock.
Oh.
Oh, now he's concerned about when they go to
Tosh is
commercial.
back.
Just trying to keep us on clock, guys. We're on the radio.
All of a sudden, he thinks he's a producer again.
All right.
Bye, Mike.
See you, boys. We'll see you next
already
week.
missed you.
Mike Faren, ladies and gentlemen of Sirius XM.
Yeah, it was almost nice to see you maybe once, Josh. That was great of
You
you
saw
to
me
stop
2
by and
times.
visit.
Two times, maybe 3. There was
Josh
one time he
walked
came
in
out
with
and
his
said,
dorky baseball jersey and walked out.
it was a great baseball jersey. It's a zone baseball jersey.
Everything
Very
that I've
cool.
done for you that you didn't make an effort to come and see me. Next time you need tickets, I'll remember that.
I came and saw you. I didn't want to bother you guys. We opened the door one time and you 2 looked miserable. And so Happer and I closed the door. Everyone seemed in a
That's
bad
because Ferrin had just farted. That's all.
It was the triple header day. It was the Wednesday.
I was definitely not miserable that day. John can attest. That was the best day ever. It was 73 degrees and we played 3 games.
It was a good.
That was the best day ever.
That was a great.
Now, if
weather
it would
day.
have been weather like yesterday, I would have been very, very, very miserable.
That day was bad.
But the weather was perfect.
That Wednesday was
incredible.
I enjoyed myself immensely.
Good.
All right, that's Mike.
All right,
Ferrin.
we'll see you next
Bye,
week.
Mike.
Bye.
Josh is telling us we have to go to break
We do have to go to break.
on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. Now I know what you're thinking. Nick, college baseball is done. The NHL is done. Basketball is done. What am I supposed to do?
What are we gonna do?
Well, my friend, I have great news for you. Circus Sports Iowa is the sports book for you for pro baseball, auto racing, golf. They even have week 1 lines for the NFL and college football right now if you want to get some bets in early. Circus Sports Iowa is your companion for every moment of every game for many, many sports. Tight money line splits means that they got lines that benefit you more than some of the other guys. And the fact that they won't limit your account when you win a bunch, it feels like a no-brainer to me. Also, looking ahead again to football season, be sure to look into Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. Those combined $16 million in total guaranteed prizes. You can check out all of that at circusports.com. And also don't forget their customer support, real people, no AI, no chat bots. Email them, tweet at them. They will get you sorted out with whatever you might have a problem with. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The Connor Happer Show.
I received a text that I had to look into during the break. Did you hear about the pandas coming back to America? China made America give all the zoo pandas back. Now China's giving some back, and we're just accepting them. Like China doesn't have cameras.
Like they are bugged. Pandas are bugged.
Do you think the pandas that China is giving us back are bugged? Do you think they're listening to us with the pandas?
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Mostly sunny to partly cloudy skies for your Tuesday afternoon with a high today in Omaha of 98 degrees and a heat advisory in effect until 7 o'clock, feeling as hot as 106. A chance of storms late this evening and tonight. Any storms that develop could become strong to severe with hail up to the size of baseballs, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and even an isolated tornado and localized flash flooding possible. The Missouri River continues to rise, expecting it to crest in Omaha on Thursday morning. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Hey, planning a trip to a state park? One of Nebraska's 76 state park lands? Excellent. But don't forget your state park permit, money for camping fees and other activities, a fishing permit if you want to wet a line, and oh yeah, a 6-foot leash for Scruffy, your pet. Thank you, and we hope to see you out there. By the way, you can get all kinds of information on the Nebraska State Park lands through the Game and Parks website. That web address is outdoornebraska.gov. Are you going fishing? I thought so. For proper catch and release fishing this season to ensure fish survival, I want you to remember these important things. Land the fish as quickly as possible. Handle the fish as little as possible. Keep the fish in the water as much as possible, and release the fish as fast as possible. Enjoy your fishing experience, and we'll see you out there. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
Shop Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group. Visit us in Blair, Crete, Fremont, or Wahoo, or shop at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm a Big Red fan, man, so go Big Red.
The 1620 The Zone.
Michael Bruntz will join us.
Awesome.
Congrats to the Florida Panthers.
Think there are any Florida Panthers fans in Omaha?
No.
Are there any Florida Panthers fans?
There actually
the arena
are.
looked full last
There
night.
actually are. I give the good people of South Florida credit. They definitely support their hockey team.
There's always teams that I forget just exist, like the Charlotte Hornets. I forget they exist. Florida Panthers.
understandable.
I didn't know they existed.
Jack Mitchell said, I think something like that yesterday, right? He said, if I were to name all of the professional North American sports teams, they would be the last one that I would probably remember.
They'd
And I
be
say
one
not
of-
anymore. They're playing in the Stanley Cup final. Hard to forget them now, John. They just won the title.
Yeah, but I bet in about a month or so, if so,
They're coming to Omaha. The testicles.
Forget them again.
What was?
But it's so sad. I mean, we had a chance
Canada?
for Canada to be so
man.
happy, and
Yeah, John
you know,
wants the Canadians to be
I
happy.
do too.
I mean, it's Canada's sport,
Yeah.
It is.
right? It's
Yeah.
Canada's sport. They haven't won a Stanley Cup in umpteen million years.
Yeah.
They're
Since Montreal.
overdue.
Yeah, they definitely
They're
are.
overdue. It's been 31 years.
And to come back from down 3-0.
oh, that would have been amazing.
would have been
awesome.
awesome. Yeah, jinx.
Nice.
It would have been amazing.
Yeah.
But
Wasn't meant to be.
it wasn't.
I
That
don't know.
was sad. I mean,
You missed it, obviously.
Now here's my question. Maybe when would have a game 7 been if the NBA finals had actually been competitive?
It would have been
Would it have been Sunday?
It would have been Sunday. Yeah.
Because I was wondering why
You would have been able to watch the NBA finals on Sunday.
Cool.
It would have been a game 7, John.
But the
Cultural series being at 1.
no, just the fact that the game was on a Monday, I was like, man, why would you want the game on a Monday? But I guess it makes sense.
They basically are a day behind every scheduled day of the NBA finals. So when the finals started on Thursday, they played on
Yeah.
a Friday, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
It would have been nice.
It would have been really cool. Will Texan, great job on the CWS and the eulogy of the event. Never seen John happier. Maybe it's time to bring him back down and talk about the Olympics. LMAO. John,
Well,
thoughts?
I'm not talking about
Go
the Olympics,
America!
guys. I don't care.
We love rooting for America. It's amazing how you are always like, you
I
should
will
root
be,
for America.
I will be rooting for America
When?
on Thursday during the presidential debate.
So
I'll
what
be
does rooting for America mean in the debate? Hashtag dumb debates.
Well, you know, John
It
just wants,
probably means the secret. Oh, never mind.
John just wants to put America first. Is all.
Our hashtag, except during the
do.
Olympics.
I would like first place America.
Our hashtag is going to be ruined on Thursday. Thankfully, we don't do dumb debates the next day. People use that hashtag. They'll use it.
You think they will?
They mainly do it during the Democrat debates because they both start with D, dumb debates. Get it? But yeah, that dumb debates will definitely
dumb debates.
They'll definitely be. Well, yeah. Remember when they had the whole? They had it over 2 nights because they had 20 candidates or whatever it was. God, what a dumb time. Just like Thursday when I'll be watching our movie club movie. I want something uplifting, which is why I'm going to watch the Iron Claw. Yeah, I don't want to be brought down by the sequel that nobody asked for, that I predicted last year, and Nick said you're an idiot. And who's the idiot now?
I was
America, our whole country.
Yes,
this is what we deserve.
Who did you think was going to be
Pudding fingers?
I thought Mr. Snack Pack.
Oh, I
was gonna
saw
be
him. I saw DeSantis. He thought
The
DeSantis.
sanctimonious.
Yeah, he thought that guy, Sweaty Ron, was going to beat Trump.
Well, it looked good up until.
No, it didn't.
Until.
No, it
think it
never
ever
did.
looked- I
It
don't think
literally
it
never
ever
did
looked like
because
it
he
was gonna
opens
be
his
possible.
mouth and everyone's like,
See,
never mind.
My problem was I had too much faith
Yeah, why?
in other people.
Amazing, Nick. Yeah, that's what you get for that.
You know, it's kind of funny. You could say the same thing in reverse. Neither party has done us a favor
Yes.
this time around.
Yeah. I love voting for 80-year-olds.
But again, the good thing about the debate happening on Thursday is we get live sports.
Bronny, baby! Bronny
We
James!
get to watch Bronny and Trey Alexander and Baylor Shireman all get drafted.
The story of the
during
draft
Grum.
literally is going to happen during our show, and that's who
Yes.
will draft Bronny so they can try to have his dad.
And then locally, we got that.
What
So
if-
it's perfect?
That's gonna
What
be
if
great.
that doesn't
Perfect.
pay
This
off?
is the most excited I've ever been for an NBA
Like, what if
draft.
he gets
What
drafted
if
in
Bronny
first
gets
round?
drafted and then his dad's just like, "Aight, bye."
Oh, I mean, that'd be funny too. Either way, the content will be king. We love content.
King is in King James.
Nice.
Michael Bruntz next on 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul shopping experience like you've never seen in this beautiful historic location. And of course, we brought in tons of new inventory. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best in town prices. Motorcycles, tools, bikes, guitars. And as always, get a cash on the spot loan from $10,000 to $50,000. Everything you've come to expect from Saul's in our new location. 22nd and Harney, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Email any of our shows anytime into the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. For me, John at 1620thezone.com. The Equitable Bank inbox from 1620 The Zone.
How do you celebrate the expansion of Lindley Clothing with the addition of Well Suited? Well, you have a BOGO 50% off sale. Right now, Lindley Clothing, buy one, get one 50% off sale on suits and sports coats. Buy one suit or sports coat at regular price and get a suit or sport coat of equal or lesser value at 50% off. Now, the sale is going on now, but it ends with a bang on July 3rd. If you haven't been to Lindley Clothing, get there now and check out Well Suited as well. More sizes, more styles, more selection. In the Linden Market at 132nd and West Dodge, you'll enjoy easy access to Lindley Clothing.
The back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
How does Host Coffee provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
When you shop local, you help strengthen our community. So if you need roof repair, gutters, siding, even windows, call local Pyramid Contractors. They're the #1 roofer in Omaha for more than a dozen years. Let Pyramid Contractors come and give you a free estimate. Give them a call at 402-502-9300. That's 402-502-9300. Or visit them online at
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Here's a story of a man named Bruntz who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruntz called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Michael Bruntz, he still works for that website, that Husker
He does
24/7,
indeed.
right?
He does indeed.
I mean, it's been a long time. I've forgotten many things,
but not that.
Michael Bruntz joins us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline.
Another thing
Didn't
you
forget
remember
about that.
Yeah.
How's it going, Bruntsy?
Not bad. How's emerging from the fog of baseball going?
Actually, better than normal. I made the comparison recently to a colleague that, and this was actually after the preliminary rounds were done, because it's almost like the World Series is split in half, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got the preliminary rounds and then the finals. And I said that first day when we had Thursday off, I felt like, and I'm quoting the great Morgan Freeman in Shawshank.
Oh,
I felt like I was institutionalized. I didn't feel, I mean, at home, and I'm like,
I shouldn't be here
Well,
right now.
Bruntz, that day I texted John just to confirm. I'm like, hey, you're not planning on coming in today, right? Like we had, and he was like, oh yeah, I guess. What are you doing? So we had to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Well, are you like completely baseballed out? Like, I mean, well, the Cubs are probably terrible,
They're terrible.
to watch
They're
right
awful,
now,
yeah.
anyways. But are you just like you just go cold turkey on baseball for like 2 or 3 weeks?
No,
is
I
that
don't
how
think-
you,
I mean,
come down off of it?
Well, now, I mean, everything else has ended. There's no hockey playoffs anymore. There's no basketball playoffs anymore. So
Interesting. It's almost like it's time to talk about football now.
no,
John.
not really. I don't want to talk about football. I'm good with that. No, I'll be watching. I'll still watch.
It's Olympic
Major
time,
League
Bruntz.
games.
He's watching the trials. What did you think about the trials
yeah.
last night? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, you got to figure out who the stars are. Got to
Bingo.
figure out your schedule for watching the Olympics. That's true.
I just wait for Bob Costas to tell me. What
No. It's Mike Tirico now. Bob Costas still has pink eye.
Okay, I'll wait for Jim McKay to tell me who.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
rooting for.
Throwback.
We'll be going there.
Rune Arledge.
Well, the month of June, from a football standpoint, is done after in a very intense month of June with camps and satellite camps and, of course, official visits. Is it too early to kind of compare this June to last June and how things were done and how, what kind of progress Nebraska made?
It feels a little early on some things because I think you can compare the camps. Like, I think Nebraska got out of the camps at least what it did last year and maybe a bit more. As far as like the official visitors piece of it, it's like a couple of years ago when they started going heavy with the June visits, like then basically you had like the next 2 weeks became like decision time where like everybody that had visited somewhere in June and was kind of feeling the time crunch, then they were going to decide. And everybody thinks it's a great idea to do it over 4th of July weekend because the families are all together and we can have the moment, whatever. I personally am out on that, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I mean, I think that the on campus camp stuff, I think Nebraska did a pretty nice job. I mean, you got a quarterback out of the post grad camp, which I think was towards the top of the list of needs for them or what they might be looking for. You got a couple other players out of that as well. I think they identified some prospects in the 26 and 27 class at those camps. And I think Nebraska's got a little bit of a rep now, that if you show up, you work out, that they're not going to be afraid to offer you. And I think at least from the prospects I talked to, we're very aware of the fact that Nebraska doesn't just pay those camps lip service. They're evaluating. So I think from that point of view, they did pretty well, and we'll see what the returns are from these last couple of weeks of visits once we get a little bit further into July.
Bruntz, Mekhi Nelson, Jalen Gramstad. I'm curious as to which of those two additions is the more interesting ad for you.
I think Gramstad just because of the position. I mean, and the way that kind of came together. I mean, he's sitting around the campfire with his grandpa talking about how he wanted to kind of make this one last run at it and shoot a shot, and it's a great story. What does that mean for Nebraska's quarterback room? I don't know. Maybe a little bit more of a security blanket further down the depth chart, but he's got legit stats behind his name. He's played football. I mean, I feel like on your show, we probably talked about it in the spring where it was like, do you think Nebraska is going to take a quarterback out of the transfer portal? And, the profile of what I kind of expected they'd be looking for was kind of somebody that had played a little bit, was maybe okay with being, a guy on the list, but competing. And I think that's kind of what they ended up getting, whether or not they knew that day that was a possibility. So that's a little bit more intriguing to me. I think Nelson is going to be a little bit more interesting next year when some of the depth chart at running back clears a little bit more. So I'll go quarterback. I tend to lean quarterback as the most interesting most times.
At this point, would it be an upset if Sierra Wright did not end up at Nebraska?
Yeah. Yeah, I would consider it an upset. I think when you get to the point with the portal where you're making visits, that conversation is kind of down the tracks a little bit already. And with Nebraska's needs and kind of the opportunity here, I would consider it an upset if he goes somewhere else. I think there's a lot of reasons why that union makes sense. So, I think too, Nebraska wouldn't even get to that point with them if they weren't serious about it and really pushing for it, because while they're recruiting for this year's team still, according to Matt Rule, and will be for another month, I do think they're kind of being selective too about who they're adding. So I would definitely take Nebraska against the field at this point.
Bruntz, Jack Mitchell and I were talking about something recently in regards to the position groups, and we've reached that time in the offseason where there will be lots of rankings and countdowns and all sorts of things. And so this could be one of them, and I wonder where you're at. In terms of ranking the position groups from a level of confidence, we both agreed that defensive line was number one. We disagreed on who number two was. I like the offensive line in that spot. Where would you have the offensive line overall in terms of confidence level?
What was the other one? Wide receiver? Was that the other?
No, he had them down a little further. I think he had, was it safeties maybe, or linebacker?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I would have offensive line higher than those groups.
Yeah.
Would
you have wide receivers above the offensive line?
No, I would say those are kind of like, I would say offensive line probably 2, and I would say wide receivers 3. And I don't know. I mean, I think there's reason to be fairly bullish about the offensive line. I mean, Bryce Benhart started 50-some game, or is going to set the record for most starts the first game for Nebraska, but for a career by a lineman. I mean, that matters. Teddy Prohaska having the second healthy spring of his college career, I think that matters. I think Ben Scott last year was one of their better transfer portal ads, and I think he's going to be a real important piece there too. I mean, I think as long as they can get the guard situation figured out, because I think that's a little still in flux with kind of who they have there and who's going to emerge. But I mean, I think overall, the defensive line, I really like the way that they've kind of backfilled with kind of the younger guys behind the proven ones. But I think you can say the same thing about the offensive line too, where guys are developing. I really like the offensive line class that they brought in this past year, the guys that are freshmen with Bricks and Pyle and Talmua and those guys. I mean, I think there's going to be a few multi-year starters out of that group. So I would probably put them ahead of anybody else. I wouldn't have safety or linebacker ahead of that by any means. I'd probably go defensive line, offensive line, and then wide receiver in that order.
Just wrapping up, of course, the College World Series, and with this tournament having been all Southern based and especially SEC, ACC, the only 2 conferences there. Knowing now you've got 4 West Coast schools coming into the Big Ten next year, what the impact is going to be on the league over the next 5 years, do you think the Big Ten will have at least as much or more CWS representation than they've had in the last 40 years? And that number is 2.
In what span?
In the next, let's go 10 years.
Let's go decade.
Let's go 10 years. Will the Big Ten get more than 2 teams to the College World Series than what they've done in the last 4?
And so real quick, that's Michigan and Indiana, and that's in the last 12, 13 years.
Correct.
Wow. That's
yeah. I will say no. I don't think so. I just in kind of looking at the teams that are coming in, I think Oregon's got the best chance out of that group to kind of break free and get in the mix. USC, they're like the Nebraska football of college baseball. I mean, they've really kind of just been wandering in the wilderness for a long time. If you look at kind of what they've been in the last couple decades, I don't know. I mean, I think the challenges that kind of exist are still going to be present, because the plan is, as of now, is they're just going to play the 10 conference schedules, traditional 3-game series. I mean, I think those teams are going to have to really schedule pretty aggressively, to kind of counterbalance that. So I would still say no. I mean, I just think the sport as a whole is just so skewed towards the Southeast and the ACC right now, just from the standpoint of NIL. You look at the stadium upgrades that some of those programs are making. I mean, you got Tennessee's dumping $100 million into their baseball stadium, and A&M's got $80 million on the tab to do it. I mean, that's a completely different sport than some of the other conferences right now in college baseball. So I would just say no at this point. I think there's going to be some challenges that are not going to be easier as the SEC and the ACC continue to pour more money into it. And I know that the Big Ten wants to try to elevate baseball as part of this. That they kind of see the Big Ten and the SEC as these two superpowers. So the Big Ten's going to want to keep, or at least elevate it as much as they can, but they're just so far behind right now. That should be pretty obvious based on what took place in Omaha the last couple of weeks.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com. Bruntsy, appreciate it. Thanks. Good to be back in a routine again.
Yeah, welcome back. Well, you got list season to look forward to, and 5 weeks from Big Ten Media Day.
God,
don't remind
season.
John.
Oh my God,
he hates this.
Season.
He hates this so much.
Oh, this is the worst part of football.
No, it's not the worst part.
You get 3 days of Big Ten Media Days this year. It's like a
bonus day.
What a great reminder, Bruntz.
Yeah.
Isn't Nebraska on the first day?
They're day 2.
Crap!
Day 2.
They need to be on the first day, then we can just ignore it for the other 2.
No, you get a warm up act, and then you get the second day, and I forget who's going the third day, but they're paired with some interesting teams at least.
There you go, interesting teams, John. Football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, football. Air quotes.
What a time.
See you, Bruntz.
Bye, Bruntz.
See you guys.
Michael Bruntz, Husker247.com.
When we come back, there's some stuff about Schlagel that is being reported right now that we can get to.
We will get to that, but also Parity. The Parity conversation.
Parity?
Oh, Weird Al.
No, not that kind of parody. Parity.
Been spending most of life living in an Amish paradise.
So like when I say something, then Josh says something. That kind of parody. Parity.
No. Wow. Aren't you happy to be back in the routine? Don't
See,
you miss the landscaping broadcast booth when his mic's not on?
The whole time.
Yeah, but he wasn't allowed to talk during the baseball games.
Good point.
I'm also in professional mode during the College World Series, John.
Yes,
I remember I opened the door one time and Nick was like, seemed like he'd seen a ghost.
Well, that was probably one of the times where I was like, Nick, I've read that 17 times already.
And Nick took it personally.
And then I handed it to him again.
Nice. Hey, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do.
So the Lannisters send their regards, John.
Oh, Game of Thrones reference.
Okay. So we'll update on.
Got something about Schlagel.
The
Schloss boys.
1620 of the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio. This is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like we've got a wreck blocking the right shoulder of eastbound I-80 at 84th Street. It's causing slow going all the way back to 680. Otherwise, a little bit of a delay on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. Same goes on eastbound West Center Road at 180th. We've got delays on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th. And the same goes if you're west on Dodge from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best in town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars. 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Harrah's Council Bluffs presents Beartooth with special guest Currents, Foundries, and Nevertell on July 14th at Stir Cove. Get tickets and check out the full entertainment lineup at stircove.com. Stir Cove is an all-ages venue.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunroofs, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Certified Transmission built its reputation on the job done right. It means hard work, honesty, and integrity.
And together, we ensure our customers leave satisfied and worry-free.
Certified Transmission, the job done right at the right price.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
So we have an update.
We do indeed. This is a double byline from the Houston Chronicle, Brent Zwerneman. And
you might remember the Houston Chronicle from such hits as, hey, remember that time that Texas and Oklahoma just decided to up and join the SEC?
It was Mr. Brent who broke that news. Also, did you know Kirk Bowles is there now? He left the Austin American Statesman. That's another thing that happened while you were gone covering the College World Series.
Did not know that.
Yeah, double byline. The title of the story, exclusive, Texas A&M baseball coach Jim Schlagel deciding between UT job and staying with Aggies. Essentially, it sounds like it could be decided upon tonight. He is meeting with Texas A&M late Tuesday. They are trying to convince him to stay, obviously. Let's see. And he has a decision to make likely by tonight. It's not a very long story. That's kind of it because it has a little more background. Kendall Rogers also pointed out that the Longhorns would owe Texas A&M around $3 million plus whatever his salary would be at Texas. That's the buyout number.
Oh, you mean the money that they just scrape out of the couch cushion?
Indeed, yeah. $3 million ain't no thing to them. Schloss Camp, as Kendall writes, has been adamant, no chance of movement unless the new ballpark project was botched. It was not. Situations can 100% change, however. So, in theory, by the time we log on tomorrow, we will know what he is doing. So, he's meeting with the brass tonight, and a decision probably will be made tonight. Yeah. So
and that's, I mean, when you look at, this is the Alabama job of college baseball, in my opinion. Because Texas is they've been to more regionals than anybody else. They haven't won more College World Series than anybody else, but I mean, it's a program that is always good, period, end of story. And their expectations, as Faren pointed out, David Pierce, the coach that just got fired, took him to Omaha 3 times. In most programs, that dude, you can stay pretty much as long as you want. At Texas, you have to win 3 College World Series to get that kind of
Wasn't that interesting? So you say
security.
They're the Bama, and not to say that Bama hasn't had downturns, but they haven't won a championship since 2005.
Right. But I'm talking about just history.
Yeah, for sure.
History, all time, because that's the expectation.
Modern success with balancing history.
Yes.
Because obviously USC has the success historically, but not any really modern.
Yeah, nothing in the last 25 years.
Yeah, interesting. So there you go. What do you think he does?
I think he stays.
Yeah.
I think Trev will pony up, and I think he stays.
By the way, well, along those lines, Kendall Rogers tweets out again. He says, I do know it has been reported, but no deal has been officially signed. Furthermore, having covered hundreds of these searches, once things leak out in this fashion, that typically means a coach is on the move. If I was a betting man, I like where Texas stands. So I must have missed another thing along the way that are there rumors that he has signed? Interesting. So obviously something to keep an eye on as we roll on. A question coming into the Equitable Bank inbox from Aaron and Papillion. Now that we are back to normal shows, are we going to have House of the Dragon updates?
Hot D.
Surprisingly enough, I was able to finish my rewatch of season 1, and I was
You
amazed.
did the rewatch.
I did.
Oh my God. I wanted to. I didn't. I was so confused going
I had to. I had forgotten.
Oh, I'd forgotten a lot of
how
stuff
much
too.
stuff had happened in season 1 that I was like, oh crap. And so I'm really, really glad I did the rewatch.
Watching, so I got the girlfriend just watched House of the Dragon season 1, so she was able to help me fill in some gaps. But that thing happened where I was watching it, and then things slowly started to come back to me. It's like, oh yeah, that's his sister wife, that's her cousin husband.
There you go. So we'll bring it back on Monday.
Her uncle husband.
Right, bring it back on Monday.
Kenny, there was just an episode on Monday.
Oh, do you want to do one today?
Well, yeah, we're on schedule, right?
Oh, instead of what's for dinner, are we going to do what's for hot D?
What's for hot D?
What's for hot D on Mondays.
Nice.
Kenny writes, does
today,
Jim
Tuesday.
get along with Trev? Could be a deciding factor. Lost his original boss.
Interesting you mentioned that, because we chatted with some folks close-ish to the situation. And the opinion is that Schloss and Trev would seem to coexist in a very nice way.
Oh, so there is a handshake meme there.
Yes, it does appear so.
I thought you were about to say the words oil and vinegar.
No. This is definitely not
ice and fire.
This is definitely
Oil
not
and
a
more
Scott
oil.
Frost situation.
Okay. Interesting.
Now,
fascinating.
Personally, I would prefer that Schloss stay at Texas A&M. Mainly because I just want to see what else, who else is crap, Texas can mess with, and what the after effect is from that.
Sure.
But there is an interest in me to see how Trev would handle a baseball hire. Because he is not really, listen, he did not hire Will Bolt, but he has not had to hire a big-time baseball coach. And even if he had been the one to hire Will Bolt, that is a different animal than hiring a coach in the SEC at Texas A&M.
100%.
Especially just coming off their first ever appearance in the National Championship Series.
Yeah.
So
that's interesting. I hadn't thought about it from that perspective.
There is a part of me that would wonder how Trev would handle a baseball series.
That's a good point. Aaron asks, has anyone ever coached Texas A&M, and TCU? That would have to be from a head coaching perspective. I cannot imagine that has happened.
Probably. I can't.
That's pretty wild. Pretty wild.
I doubt it.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt it. So last night we had the 7th different Stanley Cup champion in 8 years. The Florida Panthers. The NBA has now had 6 different champions in 6 years.
Nice.
Which I believe
hasn't happened since the 70s, if that even happened back then.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Because I know for sure that at some time recently, like the 70s came up as like, wow, this is the first time that blank has happened since.
I believe that's right.
Real quick. So I'm going back to 1980. So the Lakers. Okay, never mind. I'll go to 78. The Supersonics won, the Blazers, the Suns, the Warriors, the Bucks, the Lakers, and then the Bucks. So, that was 6 in 6 years, I believe, if I just did my math right. All right. So this is the first time that's happened since the early 70s.
And in Major League Baseball, we've had 9 different champions in the last 10 years. And the question is, are we in a golden age of parity? Parity, not parity. Parity. And
Yeah, when you look at those types of numbers, absolutely. I mean, the NBA, this hasn't happened in almost 50 years. NHL, I'm not sure what the time frame is here.
Gosh, I feel like it's a lot of like dynasties or like mini dynasties type franchises in my lifetime.
I would have to think this is the most parity we've had in Major League Baseball.
Oh, man.
In many, many years.
Well, especially too, like, you know, I remember when I was growing up and the Yankees were in the midst of their run. And then for a while, it just seemed like you had to be from one of those big markets. You had to have an insane payroll. And that was the only way to win. And meanwhile, like the team that pays the most money right now, it's the Dodgers, and they only have one World Series to show for it. And that was the COVID title. It wasn't even like a traditional World Series.
Yeah. So we have had a lot of different teams.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess you can say, is this the golden age of parity? And I think the answer to that is obviously yes, for all of these to be happening at the exact same time. My question is this: is that good? Are we satisfied with that?
Well, yeah, I would ask you, from which perspective are you asking the question? Are you asking it from, like, if you are
does it make it more enjoyable to watch these sports every year knowing that
it feels wide open?
It feels wide open.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, you would think it's like awesome, right? Because you enter a season and you think that your team, if you have its favorite team, you think like, wow, I have a chance. My team has a chance to win a championship. And I think I feel like that's the backbone that the NFL has been able to live off of for so many years, where I think the 99 Rams are perhaps the best example of them all. Truly worst to first. They win the Super Bowl. It's pretty cool to enter a season and think that your team with a break or two and, being good can win a championship. I know what one of the negatives, though, and something that you have talked about a lot, is having that team to chase, right? Like, for the longest time in the NFL is the Patriots. Obviously, right now it's the Chiefs, and they will now be the team that you compare yourself to. If you beat them in the regular season, huge win. It is a season-defining win, perhaps, for your franchise. Certainly, if you beat them in the playoffs, ding dong, the witch is dead. It's kind of how it feels. Every Patriots playoff loss felt that way. Oh my gosh, that team just beat the Patriots. Could they win the Super Bowl? Sometimes they beat them in the Super Bowl, and they literally would win the Super Bowl. So I understand it from both perspectives. I think it's interesting, mainly from the NBA view, like, just to start there, because the early days of this show was built off of like the Warriors run and people saying, I'm so sick of Warriors Caps. That's what it was every single year. For 4 years, that was the same championship series. And there would be people who would say, man, I really want to see something else. And now they're getting that. And from the ratings perspective, this has been bad. And then for a variety of reasons. I don't think it's just because of parity, but I think there's something to be said for that. For Lakers Celtics, for Michael Jordan's Bulls, for Shaq and Kobe, like those types of, the Warriors. I think those types of runs, they're storylines that get told over years and years. And so when they make it to the championship series, whether they win or lose is besides the point. It's that the characters. You've seen them before.
I think we like the idea of parity. We don't like parity.
Mm-hmm.
We like the idea of it. The idea that it's everyone is equal and everyone has a chance. But when it actually comes down to the end and you want to see the story, you want to see familiar characters, you want to see familiar storylines, you want to see the ability for teams to either get revenge or continue their dynasty, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we like the idea of it. But when it actually happens, we're like, eh. And the surprising thing is, you had Dallas and Boston. Those are two major markets.
I know.
Yeah, but you did have a gold star franchise, a legendary franchise that people either love to watch or love to watch lose.
Mm-hmm.
And the ratings were down. Harder to speak to that to hockey because, hockey fans are hockey fans. There's not that team that's going to bring in, or that story that's just going to bring in a lot of casuals.
I know.
It's just, it is what it is.
It's a huge market, right? If the Rangers showed up again, but even they, I feel like, have a ceiling.
Sure they do. And with baseball, strangely, we haven't had the Yankees for quite some time. And I think that has hurt.
I do too.
I think that has hurt, that this has been the longest drought in 50 years.
That's
over
wild.
50 years that the Yankees have had without winning a World Series.
What were you going to say, Nick?
I say, speaking kind of for myself, but from other people that I've seen say this, even in Formula One, just with the dominance of Max Verstappen and before Max Verstappen and Red Bull, Mercedes, that forced a lot of people to kind of lose interest in Formula One.
So it was the opposite in Formula One than it seems to be in some of the team sports.
I think parity is better for sure in Formula One is technically a team sport, technically. But I think parity works better in Formula One, but there has to be some kind of happy medium just with everybody where there's maybe a dominant team or something for 3 years and then it can get mixed up after that.
Josh,
the difference though is with sports like that is Verstappen was winning every race. At least, over the course of a season, the Celtics didn't win every game.
Mm-hmm.
But it just, when it came down to the end,
they did that.
It was the same thing. But I get, but your point is still
okay. So let's go to a different individual sport, and this one truly doesn't have teams, and that's golf. Golf's heyday. Now, it was partly because of a guy like him. He was the singular force, but the viewership would increase when he was dominating. Like, it wasn't that wild. Like the Masters, the 97 Masters is still like the gold standard for viewership, and he won that one by 1 million strokes.
But I mean,
there's a lot to it.
It was more about him than it was about his golf.
Sure, but even other tournaments that he would dominate, people couldn't turn away. In terms of bringing in casuals. Josh says all this parity across other sports just speaks to the greatness of Mahomes. It really, not to just make this about him, but it is wild when you see all these sports where it does, like, there's a part of me, John, that just wonders are we living in a very particular moment in time where, whether it's analytics or just things like that, we have more information, we being the collective, us as fans, us as media, us in the front office, right? So we have more information. We have more ways to figure out how to be good. The edges are smaller and smaller than they've ever been before. And so I wonder if it's that, if it's just the wealth has, and by wealth, I mean the talent level, it's spread out so much. It's pretty fascinating how we live in this era where you combine those three sports, and that's 20 something years, and you only have one team that's won two, and that was baseball. And so who is the team in the last 10 World Series that has won twice? I don't even know who that team would be. I don't think it's the Red Sox. I think we're outside of the Red Sox window. I don't think it'd be the Giants. We're out of the Giants window. Who would that be?
The
Astros. Astros have won twice.
Astros and 17.
So think about that. Astros are the only team that's won twice across those sports in a combined 20
but
something
those
season.
that was the first time ever franchise championship.
Correct.
So it almost doesn't count.
Jed writes, John is right about the idea of parity. Like March Madness, everyone says they love the Cinderellas, but when it gets closer to the final game, people want to see the names and the stars. 100%. Yeah, March Madness, people love the upsets in the first and second round.
Sure.
When they get to the Final Four, they want the one that we had a couple years ago when it was Kansas, North Carolina, Duke, and Villanova. They want recognizable brands. In college sports, it's brands, right? It's in football, Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Notre Dame.
My brand.
I just mentioned the college basketball teams. In pro sports, though, it is, and I think the Celtics perhaps are a great example of this. It's not so much the franchise, it's the characters. It's Peyton Manning. It's Tom Brady.
Sure.
It's now Patrick Mahomes. Mustache Adams says, I think people like parity from the perspective of having a dominant team or teams challenged every year by a different contender that breaks up the monotony of the same team or two teams each year vying for the title. Yeah, I think the best of all worlds is like the team that kind of owns that moment, making it to the last level, and then them, if they win again, they win again. But if they lose, again, it just feels more monumental. The Warriors, when they were on that run, that Cavs title, it feels more monumental than it would otherwise because it came in the stretch of the Warriors winning all these titles. The Chiefs, and the same thing with the Patriots. It's going to be the same thing with the Chiefs. Non-Chief Super Bowl wins over the next decade, as long as Mahomes is there, are going to seem like, wow, they were able to win one, just like teams you can talk about it, teams in the 80s. The 49ers own that decade, but there are a few teams in there that it's like, whoa, they beat the 49ers. It means a whole lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. And I think it would only help baseball if the Yankees were up there. I know we've had the Dodgers winning all these divisions and being on all these playoffs, but they've only won one World Series.
Just one.
So far.
And no offense, Dodgers, but in my book, you rise to that level. I can't stand you, but it's easier to hate the Yankees than it is to hate anybody else.
Sure.
Because they just
They just have that historical greatness and aura about them.
The vibe.
That you don't get from anyone else. And to have that would certainly help, I think, Major League Baseball. You know, the thing is, unless you are, and again, hockey's a little different because, you know, there's not as many casuals that come to the party. But it used to be that it was the Canadiens.
Mm-hmm.
When they would be, it would be like, oh, that's the team that everybody hates. But it's been so long since they've been that relevant that they've kind of lost some of that luster. You know, in the NBA, it's always Lakers, Celtics, which is why, again, it's strange that this year it was meh because you had the Celtics.
Yeah.
So you would have thought you had a lot of people there either rooting for the Celtics or going anybody but the Celtics. But it didn't happen.
Different conversation for a different day, but I really do wonder if there's something to be said about the style in which basketball is played right now that people are just not latching onto, where it's just 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. I think that there might be something to that. Adam texts into the show, 402-951-1620. Says, I think it matters whether you are a diehard fan of the sport or a casual fan. For example, I'm a diehard college football fan. I love parity in college football. Casual fans, though, probably don't. They don't tune in if it isn't Bama, Ohio State, etc. in the championship. I'd say I'm a casual fan of most pro sports. So I hate parity. I need to see the same name brand teams to be interested. So I think it comes down to your level of fandom for the specific sport. That defines them if you're for parity or not. I'm a casual Major League Baseball fan. I'm way more inclined to watch a Yankees-Dodgers World Series than I am to watch a Rays-Diamondbacks World Series. I know that I feel that way for football, or for not football, for baseball. Like last year, I was not interested in that World Series at all. But yeah, if you give me Dodgers, Yankees, you give me Cubs, Red Sox, sign me the F up, man. Like that sounds awesome.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, with me, I like that that you know, Alabama has begat Georgia. You know, I like.
Yeah, you like having that team to chase.
I like having that team to chase because then it feels like you've accomplished something when you've beaten them.
So do you feel like these titles, I don't want to say lesser, but it just is different when there's not the singular force where it's just team.
And listen, it's still an accomplishment. Whether,
obviously,
you know, you win a title, you win a title. But I don't know. It's kind of the boxing / wrestling mentality where you have the champion who is the champion until he's not.
Yeah.
And it even though team sports don't work the way of, you know, a heavyweight championship, there is that same sentiment of you feel like you've accomplished. When you beat the Patriots, it felt like you accomplished something more.
Whoever
beats the Chiefs,
oh my gosh,
it's going to feel like something more because you dethroned him.
John, Joe Burrow is still dining off of beating them in the AFC Championship game. Think of that. The guy hasn't won a Super Bowl, but we still are like, watch out for Joe Burrow when he comes back from this injury because he beat them in the playoffs. He is the only non-Tom Brady quarterback to do so.
Well, I think even the Lions beating Chiefs week 1 last year set the tone for their whole season.
100% did. It was like, whoa, we got to take them seriously now the rest of the year.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah, you know, whether it was them, whether it was the Patriots before them, especially in a sport like football with so few games, those wins are monumental. And I mean, you know, I know we've talked about it before, but like in the Nick Saban era, Alabama losing was an event. Like you can remember some of the game. Sure. Tennessee beats them a couple years ago and they stormed the field and it's like, whoa, they beat Alabama. It means, not to say it means more because it's the SEC, but it means more when you beat those types of programs, those types of franchises. Jed says, even though the Bulls dominated the 90s, you could say there was a form of parity because they beat 5 different teams. Yeah, that's funny. The Bulls were always there. The Jazz were the only team that showed up to play them twice. Otherwise, it was Lakers, it was Blazers, it was Suns.
And you don't have to have the same
Sonics.
2 teams all the time, but it's nice to have the team.
Yeah.
It's nice to have the team.
Yeah.
Because it feels like you're chasing something.
It definitely does. Nate says, do you think people wanted to see TCU in the football playoffs last year? I mean, in the playoffs, I don't know. I mean, they got in over Bama, so people were probably excited about them getting in over Alabama. When they beat Michigan, it was funny, but then it gave us a horrible title.
Well, the other thing too is, and the other dynamic that exists with the SEC and you don't, or with college football, and you don't get this in most other sports, is you have the SEC dynamic.
Definitely.
So it could have been Auburn, it could have been LSU, it could have been Vanderbilt, because they got the SEC brand.
Yeah.
That's something for people either to root for or against.
Yeah.
You don't have that with, oh man, I can't root for the Diamondbacks because I hate the National League.
At least not anymore. Maybe when you were growing up, but
the Diamondbacks just annoy
me. Wow.
Not a big fan of snakes.
No, actually, I'm basically Indiana
I
Jones.
don't like spiders and snakes.
Indiana Jones would also hate the Diamondbacks, John.
Nice.
Yeah, that's true. They would.
And that guy from Jackass.
I wonder what Indiana Jones's baseball team was.
Where's Indiana Jones from?
Oh, that's a good question.
Dumb debates.
I'm not sure.
I'll look it up.
I bet Indiana, you know what? Sad to say, I bet Indiana Jones was a Cardinal fan.
Oh, no. Do you think that he was...
No,
you think
not
he'd be a Cubs
problematic.
fan?
He actually fought the Nazis. When we continue,
nice.
The business of college sports continues, but it might actually be good news for one team around here. Also, speaking of the Chiefs, have the Chiefs now jumped the shark?
Oh,
we'll explain. And Steve Sipple still to come.
Wow.
On 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Grant Brick's a smile.
Yeah, what do you think's going on?
It's very big.
That looks like a guy who's just happy he ate 21 tacos.
He really does look pleased with himself.
The sunglasses, the giant sombrero, the whole thing. That guy walked over there from his house. I'd like to all-you-can-eat tacos, please. And then he just said, keep them coming.
We're back, baby. The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
A heat advisory into this evening. The temperature in the 90s, the triple-digit heat index. Severe storms are possible later tonight. We'll see lows dropping down into the upper 60s. Hail and high winds are possible with the storms. And then a sunny, pleasant Wednesday with a high of 87. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, looks like we've got a wreck blocking the right shoulder of eastbound I-80 at 84th Street. It's causing slow going all the way back to 680. Otherwise, a little bit of a delay on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. Same goes on eastbound West Center Road at 180th. We've got delays on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th. And the same goes if you're west on Dodge from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Modern Real Estate.
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today.
Hop into the driver's seat of a new Ford truck or SUV now at Baxter Ford. Choose from hundreds of new Ford F-150s, F-150 Lightnings, F-250s, and F-350s. Baxter Ford has over 250 new SUV models available, including Bronco, Bronco Sport, Escape, Edge, Explorer, Expedition, and more. Plus, all our vehicles come with fair, transparent pricing and no dealer fees. So you only pay for the vehicle, not the paperwork. Get started at BaxterFord.com.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Post Coffee is on a mission to invigorate every workplace with a blend of bold flavors and unforgettable service, creating moments with our coffee, water, and food services that spark joy, productivity, and connection. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Shut up, you blind old man.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
What was the name of your little movie? I forget again.
World's Greatest Dad.
Got to update here. Greatest Dad. Stibbs.
We're getting close to 200.
Oh, John, here's it.
We're at Iron Claw will be 194.
Whoa! And then it's Nick's turn for
Nice. So I'm
195.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn it!
The extra movie denies.
So who gets 200? John does.
John.
Let's make sure it's a good.
Yeah.
Let's do a big.
It needs it to be special.
Yeah.
Well, I know what it won't be.
The Ronald Reagan movie. Jasker Tajan
It should be the Ronald Reagan movie.
with a great idea for July 5th. Random thought for a summer radio topic. I'd love to hear everyone's top 5 dumbest sports rules. Save that for July 5th. Put it on the July 5th list.
There's only one. It's the advance the ball rule.
But he needs 4 more. You have other rules you hate. You could get
Yeah,
on your
but this
soapbox.
one-
This is the
no,
John
but-
Bishop soapbox.
But this
segment.
one is so dumb it
Review
gets there.
should be challenge based.
Yeah, that too. But the
Challenge Mayo, am I right?
The advance the ball rule is so dumb it takes up all 5 spots.
I've decided I think check swing should be reviewable.
Whoa.
I mean, there is nothing that screams, "Hey, we don't think you're talented
No,
enough
you don't
to
have
execute
to do this. It's
the
not
whole
even
floor."
basketball season
the fact-
anymore.
I mean,
damn it. Why did I read this stupid text? No offense, listener.
seriously, I thought we were supposed to be woke instead. Oh no, women's basketball needs the advance the ball rule because these
They don't need
feeble
it.
women can't get it up
Whoa,
the floor in time.
John, don't call them feeble.
Well, that's how I read
Have
the
you called
rule
them women and not
change.
girls, though?
That's
Amazing.
how I read it. I respect women. I believe in your
Nice.
ability to go 94 feet
Nice.
in 4 seconds.
Amazing Daniel says Indy was a New York baseball Giants fan. There you go.
Oh, I could see that.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
So he would have been happy last night. No, he wouldn't have. He would have been sad because the San Francisco Giants stole his beloved
Yeah,
team.
exactly. He's like, screw the Giants. I'm not rooting for that
team. I hate
crappy
that
team. It's like Mike Schaefer. He used to be a fan of the Seattle Supersonics, Nick. But then they moved to Oklahoma City, and he said, no, I'm not supporting Timothy McVeigh.
I still, off air, I said I think the Tigers. I think Indiana Jones is a Tigers fan, and I'm still going to believe that. I'm
Okay.
gonna choose to
Facts
believe
don't
that.
care about your feelings, Nick.
Yeah, well.
All right, interesting.
So now we're playing. That'll be another summer sports topic. Let's guess which fictional character, what the favorite teams of fictional characters are.
July 5th, baby.
This sounds like a fun bit.
Not January 6th, July 5th.
I think Darth Vader would have been a Jacksonville Jaguars.
Nice. Here's one from Adam, and not to step on July 5th's toes too much. This is a good one, though. In professional golf, if you accidentally sign the incorrect scorecard, you are disqualified. In this day and age of shot tracker, are we really going to DA someone for accidentally signing an incorrect scorecard? Daniel. Adam, thank you. That is so stupid. It is not 1938 anymore. We don't have to do this. We all watch the event. You imagine after the game, Mahomes and the Chiefs, they go in. It's like, you have to sign this
That
weird
would be
scorebook.
hilarious if Mahomes forgot to sign the
crap.
scorecard.
Did we
and
get a
the
first down on that
49ers
play?
won.
Yeah. Like, come on. Oh, I would have been right about who won the Super Bowl, though, so that would have been cool. Like, it's stupid, and that's
All
happened
right,
before.
New idea.
For July 5th?
Everybody send us what do you want us when none of you were listening.
Topic alert.
When none of you were listening. Topic alert. Send us the topics we should discuss on July 5th. And that's what we'll do.
Okay.
We will that's all we're going to do on July the 5th. When we are forced to work by our bosses.
Okay.
When they're holding a gun to our heads,
Whoa,
except for
whoa.
Nick, because he decided to use his vacation as a
Unreal.
construct.
This is bonding time, Nick. You need to be here with us. If we're going to be miserable, you got to be
gonna
miserable
be
too.
bonding with my boys in another state.
The Bond Boys.
The
Classic
Bond
Nick.
Boys.
Let's
The Bond
bond, boys.
All right, so everyone
Topic alert.
Are you going to keep track of all these?
Yeah, I tweeted it out at USC 1620.
Right, but I mean,
sure, if they
we've
email it,
received
I'll
some
say
other
it.
ones
Hashtag
too.
July 5th.
We've received some other ones too, so we got to have the master
All right,
list.
yeah.
All right, we got to keep track of the master list. So send us all the topics that you won't hear us discuss on July 5th because you'll all be sleeping off your drunk from the night before.
And we're gonna
or you'll be deaf because of the fireworks.
And we're gonna say no need for Kent, right? Are we gonna punt on Kent or are we gonna do a Kent? We're not gonna make him come to our show on July 5th. That'd be rude. Can you imagine making someone do something on July the 5th? I would never want to do that to Kent.
Also,
yeah.
Oh, that would be my movie club pick.
Yeah, well, it will be for July 12th.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
We did it.
All right. We figured it out.
We figured something out.
Nice. Go on. Topic alert.
The The business of college sports never stops. This was one thing I did not miss over the last 18 days.
Talking about
the business. Of
We don't
college
have to.
sports.
We could ban ourselves.
Well, but
from
this is interesting.
We banned
because
Caitlin Clark
John,
from the show.
It's summer sports radio. Let's talk about goofy things.
Yeah, you don't have to do business.
Well, it is kind of
business ethics.
It is kind of goofy that Charles Barkley can now take Inside the NBA and call it Inside the Big East.
There you go. Yeah, this is a fun topic, though. I think.
Welcome to the Big East.
Creighton's going to be on TNT.
So
I like their graphics.
So according
Good high def,
to
too.
the Sports Business Journal, Big East is on the cusp of formally re-signing with Fox, adding NBC and TNT.
Mm-hmm.
Fox would continue to be the lead broadcast network or the A network, so they would still have the biggest games and the conference tournament. But NBC and probably I'm assuming mostly it's I don't know if it'll actually make NBC broadcast. Maybe it'll just be on Peacock.
Maybe Saturdays or Sundays.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And then TNT.
TNT.
I wonder if one of those other two will bring back Big Monday.
Oh.
Remember, Big Monday used to be the Big East.
Yeah, because what days of the week does the Big East mainly play on now once they get to conference schedule?
Well,
Is it just kind of all over the place?
Well, I mean, it's usually Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So
I mean,
basically
they've added
the whole week.
They've kind of added Fridays, but it's usually Tuesday or Wednesday, and then Saturday or Sunday, sometimes Friday.
Big Monday was a doubleheader, right? Back in the day?
Big Monday.
Or was it just one Big East game and then whatever? There was a different conference for the second game of the
For a little
doubleheader?
while, it was Big East, Big 12.
I think you're right. Yeah.
It
then I
may
remember,
have
like,
originally
Super
started.
Tuesday.
It may have originally started as a Big East doubleheader.
That would be cool. And you can do that given that you have how many Central Time schools are there? There's Marquette, there's Creighton.
Marquette, Creighton, DePaul.
And DePaul. So, all right. Well, you could still do it, though. That'd be cool. Bring back Big Monday. TNT's not doing anything.
Well, as we have found out, they don't give a damn about us in the Central Time Zone. Oh, 9 o'clock start, no problem.
I love those 9 o'clock games. You're always so happy. You're always in such a good mood.
Jerk stores.
You know what this sounds like to me?
What?
Another reason for everybody in Omaha to get Peacock.
The Peacock boys. Chris writes, why is there zero interest with ESPN for Big East athletics? Or is it the Big East that is not interested in ESPN? Either way, it seems odd.
Well, I think there's interest there, and I'm sure that there were conversations, but there are other players in the game.
My guess
I
is
mean, Peacock, they want more stuff.
Correct. According to the story, they kind of shoved CBS out. And so my guess is that ESPN would probably not pay as much money as Turner and NBC is.
And I believe
and Fox.
CBS was only that those were subleased games from Fox.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there was actually a formal contract. I think they were subleased games.
Okay. So they were paying them to broadcast what they had the number in that story is like 12 games last year or something like that.
Yeah, they didn't have that
small
many.
number.
They didn't have that many.
This will be good for people who hate when Creighton's on CBS Sports Network. So that'll be done.
Oh,
this
absolutely.
This will be the last
Now,
year.
the trade-off is you might
Peacock.
have to get the
Yeah, you'll have to
remember, you get WrestleMania.
get WrestleMania. And
And
Parks
the
and Rec.
best part is if you subscribe to Macaque in the wintertime and you hold it over, WrestleMania is at the end of winter.
That's true.
And then you can cancel and then come back to it, and
Also, you can finally cut the cord on cable because then they also do football.
what
on
about
Peacock.
TNT though, Nick? What if you're a Creighton fan and they're on TNT?
Yeah.
You got to watch them on TNT and Fox Sports 1.
Mm.
So you can't cut it.
Okay.
You got to
Never
watch
mind.
it.
I mean, this
It's
is
okay, Nick. We forgive you.
considering everything that's out there about how the big conferences are pulling away from the smaller conferences. And I don't know what the financials are going to be on this. The Sports Business Journal says they will see a significant rights fee uptick. The deal that is wrapping up this school year, this will be the last year of it, is $500 million, 12 years, $500 million. So the average annual value is only $42 million. So Creighton, I think, was netting, I want to say $2 or $3 million a year from this.
Yeah. Not a whole lot.
Especially when you compare it to what Big Ten schools are making, what SEC schools are making.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, the athletic departments are much smaller. But I mean, it just goes to show you that live sports is it.
It's king, man.
Live sports is it because it's the one thing you can still sell people on that, hey, you've got to come here to watch this.
Well, and that's funny. Like, not to go back to the previous discussion, but the NBA Finals down, bad numbers, yada, yada, yada. They're only bad if you compare them to, like, previous years. But how many shows would do whatever they could to get 10 million viewers right now? Live. Not on DVR. Live.
Yeah.
A lot of sports, or a lot of shows, they would love that. And that's the thing that college sports and pro sports continue to deliver week after week. Even if it's like, oh, wow, these aren't as good as they were in the Michael Jordan heyday. Nothing is. The NFL is the only thing that has somehow been able to go up while everything else is going down. So, yeah, this just shows that. And so that they are able to get more money and that they were able to, like you said, it was probably a little bit of CBS buying those games from Fox anyway, but that they were able to kind of kick them out. And now that they have two new partners with in Turner and in NBC.
That's
fascinating.
Yeah. That is really good. So I'll look forward to seeing what the actual financials end up being, but hopefully it's a good deal for the Jays and for the Big East. Welcome to the Big East, TNT and peacock.
Welcome to the Big East.
Still to come, the Chiefs have jumped the shark and Lincoln Riley is ducking more teams.
What? Again?
What is with this guy?
Wow, he should be at Oregon.
Terrible.
That was funny.
No.
Duck.
The duck joke that Faren tweeted, that was
funny. You should read it.
It's
I did
so
it, and it took a
long.
couple minutes.
Yeah, I was like, this is a long tweet.
You read books.
Yeah, I know, but I don't read long tweets.
It's basically
It's
a short
words.
story.
I'll be honest. I saw John retweet it. And I was like, is this going to be good?
It's good.
Oh, would you stop?
Sorry, John. I didn't know if it was going to be that weird Netflix movie or the other weird Netflix movie of jokes.
No, Josh, it's a good joke.
It's a good Well, all right. I'll check it out.
We will return in a moment. Wow, it got cloudy.
Holy God.
We could sure use the rain, am I right? 1620 in the zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Post Coffee stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones. The ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one. The ones who know that Atletico's therapist can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Athletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Don't answer that. It's another roof gypsy ringing the doorbell. They are attempting to capitalize on the misfortune that Mother Nature has thrown your way. Make the right call to a trusted company that has faithfully served the Omaha area for over 35 years. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
For roofing, siding, and gutter repair, make the right call to John Higgins Weather Guard.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the Rooferees. Make the right call.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Tony John says that we should do the Run and Wrestling Connection all Grum long on
God.
July the 5th.
You really want to put me to sleep, don't you? That was nice. I mean, for 18 straight days, I didn't have to hear anything about running.
No, we got it back tomorrow.
The players, when they would.
Well, but they were actually running to something that was
What about the
meaningful.
finish line? What about gold? What about
gold?
A gold medal, John.
Did you actually
a gold medal?
Did you actually strike gold?
Did I? No, I'm not one of the best in the world, though. I'm just solid.
Didn't sound very good.
So one of our listeners, Aaron, who is a dear friend of mine, asked a question that involved us going outside of the country, and I was telling him during the break, I was like, John doesn't want to leave his house. I don't think John is going to want to travel outside of the country. So I don't know if
where are we
going?
Why are we traveling outside the country?
That's a part of his prompt. You get 3-week all expenses paid trip involving sports, but it must be outside the United States. So that's exactly. I was like, John's going to hate this question.
Let's go to
and he doesn't understand.
Yeah, there's no sports outside of this country unless it's unless the Rams are playing in London.
Formula One.
He goes, what if he? He was like, what about racing?
I might actually want to go to Monaco.
Okay, well, there you go.
Because it's all expenses paid. I mean,
yeah, but the racing sucks, John.
It doesn't matter. It's just about you're rubbing elbows with all the hoity-toity people.
Nice.
I'm just saying, if it was all expenses paid.
So yeah, again, topic alert. Let us know what you want us to discuss on July the 5th.
Yep. We're just turning the whole show over to you. We're just here's a topic and we're going to do it.
Nice.
It's going to be.
So what do we need? Like 15 topics?
Be like an orgy of summer sports topics.
Oh, speaking of that, Ziggy says, after which sporting event did you and the SO celebrate with a little Hawk Tua? Significant other. Significant other. Oh, you laughed at the Hawk Tua this time.
Hey, it's coming back.
No. I was laughing at what he was talking about, not the Hawk Tua.
Adam says, I'd absolutely take an all-expense paid trip to go see the British Open.
Hello, Governor.
See, John doesn't want to travel.
I don't.
That's what I said to Aaron. He just didn't understand
don't.
it. He was like, what about this? And I said, no.
Oh,
what
but
about
John's
this?
okay following Creighton to Jamaica.
He barely
but I'm
wants to-
watching the Jays.
He barely wants
Again,
to do that.
if the Rams or Cubs or whatever,
If Creighton could play every game in his backyard,
Oh,
that
that'd
is
be
his dream.
awesome.
That's his dream. He wouldn't have to leave.
Now I'd have to build a basketball court.
Yes, but
and
Jim
cut
Nance
down
has
some trees.
Jim Nance has the
Be a little cold.
It would be a little chilly. It's an indoor court.
And
though.
I don't want Ryan Kalkbrenner slipping in Wrigley's poop.
I'd say Wrigley would probably be upset with you.
Because that's where she poops. She poops in the backyard. Oh, and at least twice on every walk. It's amazing how she just poops every time. When wife takes her, no.
Oh, just
I
for
take it,
you?
Poop.
I feel like I
poop.
end up picking up poop more than Riss does. It's
yeah.
Very frustrating.
I have literally taken 2 bags with me.
Behind the bag.
And she squatted for a 3rd time. And I'm like, no. We
Two
can't
hot
do this.
coffees.
I got no bag to pick it up. The Chiefs have jumped the shark.
What did they do now? Are we disrespecting them, John?
No, the Chiefs are disrespecting us.
What did they do?
The Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, wait, is this the thing?
And Hallmark.
Yep.
Okay, this isn't. Never mind.
Oh,
I thought
this isn't
was
the thing you
I
were
thought it
talking
was
about?
going to be the 7th seed ring thing. I was going to say, John,
No.
sorry, we already discussed that.
The folks at Hallmark
Screw
are
them.
teaming up for a new original movie.
Original movie.
Holiday Touchdown,
Original
a Chiefs
movie.
love story.
Who is this based off of? Is this Travis and Taylor?
starring Tyler Hines, Hunter King, and Ed Begley Jr.
Ed Begley.
When I
Isn't
think
that
of
an
Hallmark romantic movies, I think of Ed Begley Jr.
Big Al says Kansas City is the new Hollywood. Deal with it.
The movie begins production next month and will film entirely in Kansas City. I'm sure this will be a boon for the tourism. Here is a synopsis. In Holiday Touchdown, a Chiefs love story, Alana Higman, played by this King person, is sure that her family's lifelong history as Kansas City Chiefs superfans makes them a front runner to win the team's Fan of the Year contest. Note, Chiefs Fan of the Year is that psycho guy who robbed all the banks.
Maybe it's based off of him, and this is actually going to be a fun action movie.
Derek, the director of fan engagement, is tasked with evaluating how Elena and her family stack up against the other two finalists. As the pair spends time together, it's clear there's a spark between them. But when her grandfather's, played by Ed Begley Jr., vintage Chiefs good luck winter hat goes missing, Alana begins to doubt everything she believed about fate, destiny, even questions her future with Derek. Oh my God, this sounds even worse when I read it out loud.
I do think Ed Begley is funny, though.
This is, oh my, so this sounds awful.
John, every
And I'm not
Hallmark
just
movie
saying
sounds
this,
awful.
I know.
So you don't have to watch it.
I'm not going to watch it. But
Movie
the fact
club.
that the Chiefs are actually participating in this.
They're probably just putting their name on it,
Yeah.
right? They're just
I don't
allowing their
care.
likeness.
The way it's,
I don't care.
This is just a Chiefs NIL
We found that
deal.
drop the other day. I don't care.
It's just a Chiefs NIL deal. Like the plot you described, we're not going to see. There might maybe be a cameo from a Chief.
Yeah, it's
Maybe.
okay, John.
This sounds awful.
So were you mad about Jerry Maguire when the Cardinals allowed their NIL to be used in that movie?
Well, that was actually a legitimate Hollywood movie.
It's a great movie.
Show me the money.
Ace
It's not
Ventura.
bad. I mean, even for Tommy Cruise, it's not bad.
Tommy Cruise.
But
Tommy C.
This, I mean, oh my, the fact that this two are spending time together and all of a sudden tension builds because
That's how
the
Hallmark
Chiefs'
movies
lucky
are.
John hat got lost. Oh no! Oh no!
This is my favorite part about.
Oh my God!
So-
my lucky Chiefs jock strap got burned in a fire. I guess we can't fall in love anymore.
I unfortunately have grown up watching a lot of Hallmark
You
and
still
Lifetime
watch
movies.
them?
No, but my mom did all the time.
Yeah.
They were just always on. And
Was
they
this when you were visiting mom in the institution?
Wow,
Because that's the
John,
only place people
John.
should ever watch these
Middle-aged
movies.
women love Hallmark movies.
Oh
Yeah,
my
they
God!
do, yeah.
But
That's why I appreciate my wife. She does not watch the Hallmark.
the
channel.
plot of this Hallmark movie, they called it an original movie. It's just the same plot that a
course
lot
it
of
is.
Hallmark movies have. It's two people, a thing happens, and they
John,
fall in love because of that thing.
I'm worried about you, John. I'm worried that the Chiefs are living by not paying rent inside of your head now.
Oh.
They're doing a stupid
No.
movie and you're doing a topic
No.
about it.
Squatting.
Topic alert.
Topic alert.
No. It has nothing to
They're
do-
squatting. Chance writes, important question for this movie. Will Mitch Holtis be in it? Seems likely.
See,
Oh
I
my
bet that's
God.
the cameo. I bet
Oh
there's
my-
a cameo and it's Mitch Holtis.
Kansas City. If he is, I am going to mock him because no self-respecting male
need to get him on to
should
talk about the
ever
Super
be
Bowl.
in a Hallmark movie unless they're getting paid a lot of money.
Can I make a prediction? Mitch Holtis is going to be the one that finds the lucky hat back. He's going to offer it to them, and then they're going to be able to sit in the booth with him or in the club section because of Mitch Holtis to enjoy a game that the Chiefs win.
Levi in Colorado writes, throw up emoji.
I mean, it took 25 years for the Patriots to get a movie.
Oh, that's right. The one with the old
80
ladies.
for Brady.
Yeah, 80 for Brady.
And the Chiefs
Now
were
it's 80
the
for
Chiefs
USA,
they're
am I
like
right?
a little tiny baby infant dynasty.
Oh.
And they're already starring in Hallmark movies.
Fun prediction. Which team will be featured in that movie that the Chiefs beat?
The Rams. That'd be pretty funny if the Rams randomly showed up.
I bet it's the Raiders. I bet they throw the Raiders.
They do beat the Raiders sometimes. Sad Husker fan writes, Chiefs and Royals live in John's head rent free.
No, they don't.
I think they do, John. I think they do.
If they don't
starting
start
to worry
paying
about
rent,
it.
then they're going to move to Kansas.
This could have been any. This could have been any team, but the fact that it is the Chiefs just makes it even more
It couldn't
rich.
have been any team.
Yeah, they won the Super Bowl.
It's the Chiefs because of the connection. So now more
because
people.
of that musical artist?
Yes.
Have you
I
seen this?
think
Have you heard about this?
Now it's more in the cultural zeitgeist of everybody.
Oh, boy.
And then I know.
Kenny says Stibbs will have this Hallmark movie on his DVR? Question mark.
So, I mean, they're doing a nice job. I mean, the Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth were together for about 3 or 4 years. So this whole kayfabe romance is really working out well for both.
No, it's a true romance.
I don't think
John.
it's kayfabe.
They're in love. They love each other. They
Mm.
probably say,
as
I
much
love
as
you.
as much as you're going to love Holiday Touchdown, a Chiefs love story.
See,
I mean, the title sounds dumb.
It's a Hallmark movie. What did you expect?
Holiday Touchdown, a Chiefs love story.
So we're going to watch this movie for the
By
movie
the way,
club?
very problematic. I mean, again,
What's problematic?
well, the Chiefs didn't do this about the Atlanta Braves.
See, I thought John thought the problematic part was it was called Holiday
At
Touchdown,
least,
not Christmas Touchdown.
at least the last time a team with a problematic nickname started a movie, it was a damn good movie. It was Major League.
Great movie. We should watch that for the movie club.
We should.
Steve writes,
You know what? This will be pick number 200 in movie club.
Oh boy.
Holiday Touchdown, a Chiefs love story.
Oh man, can you imagine Kent if you picked it? What? Steve writes, I agree that this movie sounds bad. As bad as it sounds, though, it will still probably be better than the Rams season this year. John, is that true? I thought the Rams were going to be good this year.
Go ahead and mock us. Go ahead.
I think the Rams are going to be good this year.
Yeah, John says you can disrespect us, you can doubt us.
But we're not going to get all butthurt and cry about it like you. Oh, the schedule makers. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Oh,
what
Lord.
little Chiefs?
we have to play on every
Easter-
day of the week except for Tuesday.
Put
That's
this
their-
down.
that's their
Put
new
this
bit.
down.
Oh!
January 5th / July 6th.
Oh,
or July
this is
5th.
July 5th? Yeah.
July 5th topic.
Summer January
What
6th.
Chiefs Easter eggs show up in Holiday Touchdown, a Chiefs love story?
Oh, there you go.
Mitch Holt, I've already
There will
claimed
be
Mitch
a
Holtis.
rant about their tough schedule.
Actually, can you put it on the list? Mitch Holtis will show up in that movie.
Okay. The list, it's the first list item in quite some time, in a few weeks now. This is the first one since June the 4th.
Mitch Holtis shows up in Holiday
There's
Touchdown,
no way
a
he
Chiefs
isn't.
love story.
Mitch Holtis is in the Chiefs holiday movie. All right, perfect. You know someone who won't be watching that movie?
Steve Sipple.
That was what I was going to say.
And he's next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like that wreck on eastbound I-80 still has 2 right lanes blocked at 84th, and it's causing stop-and-go traffic back to Q Street. If you're west on I-80, delays start at 24th, going all the way to 72nd, and then the delays pick back up from 680 to Q Street on westbound I-80. Slow going on westbound 370 around the JFK, and delays on Dodge for both directions around 90th and on westbound Dodge from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We are excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best in town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars, 22nd and Harney, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Funplex has asked me to give you a first-hand account of the all-new for 2024 Wipeout attraction. Okay, hit it. We're starting up. Spinning a little now. Whoa, a lot. The centrifugal force is starting to stretch my face. Holy this thing's fast. Whoa, it's tilting. We have tilting. Woohoo, this is awesome. You gotta try this. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Hi, I'm Nick Bromell, owner of Royalty Roofing. The recent storms wreaked havoc on our community. Our team at Royalty Roofing is here to help. We're local, skilled, licensed, and bonded. We work for you to ensure you get the funds you deserve, make sure that the work is done to your satisfaction. Don't take risks with your biggest investment, your home. We are Better Business Bureau Integrity Award winners and Best of Omaha winners. Cover your roof with Royalty. Visit us today at royaltyroofing.org.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, You already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. 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 To have a blow through, it would be nice. To have a blow through, it would be nice. To have a blow through from your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Oh, man. This is no way to just jump in on a sip interview. This is what
happened.
This is a damn problem with the Twitter and the social media these days. All it takes is one tweet and it ruins your day.
What happened? What did they say?
Well,
to you?
I just saw a tweet from our dear friend Michael Severe.
What did he say?
I have never experienced seasonal depression, but birthday depression is a real thing. It's Michael's birthday today.
Happy birthday!
Right
Birthday, Michael.
He doesn't sound very happy.
Oh.
And that makes me sad. Sip, say something funny to make Michael happy.
I'll tell you something interesting.
Okay.
I called him today. I didn't know it was his birthday.
I had forgot. I knew it was this week. I couldn't remember.
Is this why Michael's sad? Because everyone forgot?
no one remembered his birthday.
I didn't know his birthday. But I'll tell you this: he's so smart. He would know this. We never talk on the phone. We text. But I just decided to call him because I was walking my dog, and it's hard to text when you're walking. So I called him. I said, I wish I would have known it was his birthday, but I'm sure he understands. I wonder how old is Michael? Probably 50.
No, he's older than John.
55. He was born in 69.
Nice.
Josh. Anyway, happy birthday to Michael. I hope he's listening. I think he listens to your show all the time.
He does. Yeah.
He does.
Happy birthday.
I feel bad.
Happy birthday.
I'm trying to send him a greeting as we speak.
We love you, Michael.
Well, we do love him. He's the best.
He's great.
Let's send him an e-card. Do people still do that?
I'm trying to send him a ticket to Alaska. One way.
Nice.
Because that's what he wants.
How are you, Sip?
Nick, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
That was me. That's just Josh. Unreal. You just ruined my day.
I'm good though.
Now
Thank
Josh
you,
is depressed.
I just got Nick Grimm depression.
That's
It's like when you're like a 12-year-old and you call somebody and they think you're a girl. You're like, no, I'm a boy. I have a deep voice.
They call you by your mom's name.
Yeah.
Oh, man, did that used to trigger me when I was 11 years old. Oh.
Yeah.
Remember how proud you were the first time somebody called you by your name when you answered the phone?
Well, I could still.
Can't believe I just got called.
I can
Nick
still
Grimm.
remember I was calling because my parents were over at a friend's house and I had to call them, ask them some kind of a question or something. And a girl answered the phone. And I could hear her in the background yell, Mom, there's a girl on the phone looking for Mrs. Bishop. And I wanted to reach through the phone. No, I'm not a girl. I'm a man. Sort of. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I was just 11. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Certain things hadn't happened yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You had an interesting conversation with the player development director, which, of course, led you to have an old man rant about social media.
Incredible stuff.
It was incredible, and I enjoyed it.
I was a little surprised, though, Sip, that you took such tact and emotion about players dealing with social media. You seem like someone that would say, just put your phone away and log off.
Oh, I don't know. I was struck by it. I don't know. I was struck by the level of angst it causes. I shouldn't be, but I was. Because I don't know. I guess I have a mental image in my mind of guys that are very savvy with social media, being able to look at it and see it for what it is. But they are young. They're not as emotionally mature as they will be. And I mean, in my 40s, I kind of halfway was struggled with it. So why would I expect an 18-year-old?
Sure.
So it wasn't an old man rant. It was Gus Felder speaking reality. And I found it to be intriguing. I didn't know it would strike this kind of chord. I was surprised kind of by the reaction it got. But I'm glad. I'm glad he talked about it.
Hey, let me ask you this. A serious question. Does this mindset or what? Did I say it wrong?
You almost
mindset. Because the next word was shape. But does this the way in which he talked about it with you, and I guess how you have thought about it over the years, has it changed how you write about the team during a game, like in terms of you tweeting during the game? Because that can very much cut through the noise more than a column could, at least in terms of the players seeing it.
I did. You know what? One regret I have about that column, Josh, goes with your question. To answer your question, I've never been hard on players.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't. I've been a little rough on coaches, but not even that. I mean, I don't have a reputation for that. Although I did talk to a guy today that said I do have that reputation. So I said, well, that conversation's evolved. But anyway, no, it doesn't. I haven't been critical of players. The thing that I didn't address, what I referred to here, is does NIL change it? Does NIL change my approach? I can't speak for anybody else. Is the fact that the quarterback, is a millionaire, does that change my way I approach assessments of him publicly? I haven't really come to a determination. My lean is, it might going forward, because we have they want to be treated like pros. They want to be paid like pros. So why? I don't know if you get to pick and choose. You can hammer on an NFL rookie who might be 21 years old. So what's the difference between criticizing a Nebraska corner who might be 22 and making money?
Right.
It's that conversation's evolved in my head a little bit. The money part of it, and we talk about it in media, in the media world, in these terms of, well, they're professionals, or they should be paid because they make so much money for college football and for their institutions, so they should be paid like pros. Well, should they be treated like pros then too? I mean, that's the question everybody's got to kind of ask themselves.
And this conversation's always been an interesting one, even before the NIL and payment and things of that nature, because to me, my philosophy has always been, we are the paying customer, right? If we go to a restaurant and don't get good service, unless we're a member of the Popeyes cult and we expect bad service, we're going to complain about it, right? But then there's an element too where it can get personal, and you don't want it to go beyond that. And so there's always been a push and pull with me of how far do you go when you say, hey, this dude's not playing well, he shouldn't play anymore, versus should I be doing this because he's just an 18-year-old freshman or a 19-year-old sophomore?
Right. No, it's a good question. I mean, am I more apt to say the junior quarterback threw a terrible pass? What was he thinking? Than I would be a freshman quarterback. Saying that about a freshman quarterback, I think I would be, but again, the money element changes it a little bit. But it's. I think that the whole notion of criticism is fine. It's fine from this standpoint. Ron Brown drilled this into my head a couple of years ago. Actually, it's Ron Brown of all people who said, "Look, people make significant investments in following Nebraska football or whatever team they follow. They make a financial investment that's significant. They make an emotional investment that's significant. They make a time investment that's significant. They make a mental investment that's significant. It occupies their mind so much. It is a big investment. So if they want to criticize, that's fine. If they want to boo, he said, if they want to boo, that's the way it goes. I mean, and I thought I really took that to heart when he was saying that. It was a few years ago. Now, again, that was a conversation about the team in general, not criticism of individual players, but you could make the same case for that, especially older players.
Sid, moving away from this discussion, Gramstad, I wanted to ask you another question about him because I know I've talked to you about him a couple of times over the last week or so. Do you think that his addition is one that could do well for the program in a way that we never really see? Like, I think John and I are very much in agreement that he's not going to see the field, and so he's going to be third or fourth string or whatever. Like, so could his impact actually be stuff that is not for the naked eye or for us just watching from afar?
Of course it could, yeah, because of his experience and not only his experience, but he's won at a high level. National title at the NIA level, runner-up at the NAIA level. He played very well, 24-1. Okay, his record was 24-1, and Rule talked about it the other day with me and Sean. That having those guys around there is an intangible value to it. It's the way they conduct themselves, the way they talk, the way they approach the game, the way they approach recovery, everything. And the other thing about him that's interesting, and Bill Bush raised this, is a guy like that. And if you watch his film, it's not a stretch. You can see it. He played safety at a high level. I could see them using Gramstad on special teams. You take 4 quarterbacks on the road or whatever they take on the road. If they take 3 or 4, I don't know what they take, but I could see them using him, having him run down the field on special teams. He's that type of guy. He's that athletic. I mean, that's what I was immediately struck by on this film, how well he played safety. I mean, he goes in the box and tackles guys, he covers really well, he runs really well, and gets guys to the ground. And then he went there as that. And the agreement was they had an All-American quarterback, and then the agreement was when he completes his eligibility, I'll play quarterback. And then he played quarterback at a super high level. So yeah, that kind of guy. I think it wouldn't completely shock me if he rose up the depth chart. If he got to third or second, that wouldn't surprise me at all, actually.
The month began with you forgetting your clothes and having to buy all of your wardrobe at Walmart. It is now technically come to an end. We're now in the dead period. I'm curious what your observations, and it comes from a unique perspective because you did go to the satellite camp, but how hectic this month of June was and how much exactly got done. We obviously won't know the full results, but I'm curious, now that this month has come to an end, what it has meant for Nebraska that you can tell so far.
Well, it shook out, I think, pretty well. I mean, when you look at them getting Hufken, the lineman from Germany at a camp, okay, that's significant. Okay, that's from a camp. That was from a camp in Belton, Texas, and then actually in Houston, Texas, too. He went to 2 camps. Okay, and then Gramstad comes from a postgraduate camp that you have. And for the second straight year, they found something there. They found James Williams last year, who they can't really say enough good things about right now. And now Graham's that. And there's some other guy, too, that got it. I don't know who that is. They haven't announced it, but there was somebody else from the postgraduate camp. And then they get, well, I think they're going to get Sierra Wright. I think it's all but done. The USC transfer. Now that didn't come from a camp, but they had to work it and get him here in Lincoln for a visit, an official visit while you could. Official visits are now shut down. No more official visits till September. So in that regard, just in terms of player acquisition, and then getting a kicker, John Hole, they made some positive moves, and then just I mean, I'm really, I don't know. I find it to be of great importance putting on a good camp, having good camp sessions and presenting Nebraska football like it should be presented. And Rule does that. Now, I will say this. I thought Frost did too. I mean, that part of Frost's tenure was fine. His camps were good. They were well run. The guys put themselves into it. Rule takes it kind of to another level than Frost as a head coach, obviously. No simulated golf or anything like that. So I think it was good. June is ungodly, though. It is really ungodly for coaches. It's great for us. It's great for us because there's so much to talk about. And there's so much to write about. And we're not really done. There's more to come there.
Is it? And certainly you're right, Sip, because I mean, this is a time usually in the past where coaches might take some R&R, and now, they're back to work. But in a way, could this be better for a program like Nebraska, who's into the, mining the diamonds in the rough and trying to become more of a development program, that you get this time to just focus everything on that versus how official visits have traditionally been done, and that is a lot of them wait until the fall inside the season. Your attention's divided. Could this eventually be a good thing for a school like a Nebraska that Matt Rule is trying to create?
I think so. I get where you're coming from. I get it. Now, Rule, if you noticed the other day, kind of pushed back on that diamonds in the rough conversation from his camps. He said, look, Ohio State has camps. They evaluate players. They get players from their camps, and you guys don't call them diamonds in the rough. I think he's kind of in defense mode there, that if it's a Nebraska camp, why are they diamonds in the rough? And if it's an Ohio State camp, they're just great players. So do you understand that? Well, I think I know where he's coming from. Like, don't devalue our players. You might call them diamonds in the rough, but we call them talented players that other people maybe aren't recruiting. So yeah, now John, as far as attention divided, I think I get what you're saying there, but man, their attention's divided this month too. Because you're talking about official visits, two critical weekends of official visits while you're conducting camps, while you have OTA. See, what people forget is that, and I understand why. I mean, Rule addressed this too, is as recently as 2017, 18, 19, when he was at Baylor, June wasn't like this. You didn't spend as much or any time with your current players on the field. Now they can. I think people would be startled almost by how much activity there is in the month of June, and then really in a lot of July. The difference being the coaches aren't involved in July, except the strength coaches become the coaches. I mean, really, what happens in July fascinates me because the strength coach, in effect, becomes the head coach, and then the players really have to lead themselves. Rule is around, but he doesn't have much contact at all with the players. The assistants are gone, most of them gone for all intents and purposes. Rule will be around because I think that's just kind of the way he is. But July shifts to a more player-led situation with the strength coaches, effectively taking over from from an official standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Sip, you brought up the diamond in the rough Ohio State thing. What did you make of that? There was a listener of our show who is an Ohio State fan, and he pointed out last week when he said that like this is the second or third time unprompted that Rule has brought them up. I didn't really think much of it. I didn't view this as like some slight against Ohio State. I viewed it as more him trying to defend his own guys, or maybe this perception. So it seems like we agree on that.
Yeah, I think we agree 100%. Sometimes, Matt, he talks fast. He thinks at a high level, and I got to kind of go back to what he said and try to understand it. But what I got in the moment was just what you kind of said, which is, why is it that when Ohio State has a player at camp, evaluates him, and then offers that's just, wow, he's a talent. But when Nebraska does it, it's, oh, look at these Nebraska coaches finding another diamond in the rough. I think that's what he's getting at.
Isn't that a compliment, though? Like a diamond in the rough? Like, I guess I understand why maybe he would view that as a slight with the players. But if he keeps finding these lowly offered or unoffered guys, and then he turns them into pros, like, man, that's a compliment. I don't view diamond in the rough as an insult.
I think he's thinking of the player more than anything.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a player, you might not want to be considered a diamond in the rough. A lot of those guys are stars at their high schools. They've been stars in junior high. They don't think of themselves as diamonds in the rough. So I think it comes from that. I do think too, there's a sort of an ancillary part of this conversation that's really interesting to me. And I would never identify this coach, but there was one of the guys on Matt's staff. There's a lot of frustration in the coaching world about how offers are made to certain players who don't have a lot of offers. And then the next day or two, 15 offers follow from coaches who don't even know who the kid is, basically. They just see that Nebraska offered him. And we better offer him too, without any evaluation whatsoever. Maybe they turn on Huddle or something, but maybe not even that. And that's frustrating to them because there's a lot that they work. They get to a place where they work a kid. They have him run a 40. They talk to him. They watch him in drills. They make a level of investment. They offer him. Then boom, 14 schools offer. So that happens to other schools than Nebraska. So, but there's a frustration there for sure, and that's a very real part of the recruiting world.
That's fascinating. It's like there is a frustration that they are. Like their talent evaluation is revered at such a high level that in a way it kind of hurts them.
Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. And yeah, there's definitely, I was interested in, and that's, I mean, when I talk about going to Belton and Houston, there's so much value because you have those kind of conversations that you don't think about until you're off the record there. And here you are, they're telling you this and you're like, wow, I guess you're right. They go to a place like Houston and see a player that really nobody's on and offer him. And, it happened with Jalen Prude last year. Nobody was on him. And then, he got some pretty significant offers after that. I think, but again, it happened. And I just want to emphasize that it's not just Nebraska that it happens to.
All right, I want everybody to get on your Twitter machine and wish our friend Michael Severe happy birthday.
But he's sad today. I don't think he wants more.
He just liked my birthday wish.
I think he's sad because everyone forgot.
Oh, I viewed it as because he's getting old.
He was fine when I talked to him. He wasn't depressed at all.
Oh, good.
We were talking about Sierra Wright.
Well, depression isn't always at the surface.
I mean, that would depress me talking about football in the summertime when I'm supposed to be enjoying my summertime.
Sip, isn't it great? We are so close.
No, we're not that close.
We're close.
No.
We're on the cusp.
Now, great. Now I am depressed.
Yeah, I don't know, John, what to tell you.
Let me enjoy my summer.
Your birthday's next week. You can't be depressed until then.
Yeah, just take a day break. You'll feel better.
There you go.
I'll feel better if I don't have to,
I told you about the Olympics and you got mad about the Olympics. I'm trying to give you summer sports and you don't
No, I don't want to hear about the Olympics.
See, Sip, I offer him a summer sport. He says I don't like that. I don't know what he wants.
Sip, are you going to watch the Olympics?
I will maybe catch some of it.
Nice. Great answer.
Yeah, I try to catch some stuff.
I'd rather go cover Friday Night Lights than watch the Olympics.
Wow.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Are you gonna watch?
Oh, yes, I would.
Are you gonna watch Holiday Touchdown?
I'm not gonna.
No, I hope you guys talked about hockey today. That was incredible drama, incredible theater last night.
Sip, some of us were working at the College World Series. It's a local event that happens here in Omaha every June. Didn't get a chance to see the hockey game.
Well, by the way, have you talked about the story brewing? I just heard from one of my brother's sons, a nephew of mine, who's a Texas grad, who says Trev could be in some hot water if Texas lands Schlossnagel.
Wait. Trev is going to be in hot water?
Well, it'd be Texas robbing Texas A&M, hated rival of their head coach days after they're in the national title.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that, Sip, because according to Chip Brown, we remember Chip from such hits as
everyone's going to the West Coast.
Everyone's going to the West Coast.
The Pac-12 will never die.
Jim Schlossnagel is leaving to become the new baseball coach of the Texas Longhorns. This, according to Chip Brown.
And your guy Pete, is it Nakos from On 3?
Yeah.
He is hearing the same thing.
Yes, no, that's not good news for Trev. I mean, that's not the way you want to start your AD ship. Losing a coach like that, and when I say rival, I hope people understand that is some major league hate there.
Oh, yes.
I experienced it. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I just did a tour of the cities in the Big 12 when Nebraska joined, and I'll never forget as long as I live having lunch with some Texas officials, and they said, where were you yesterday? Just a nice conversation. And I said, I was at Texas A&M. And they literally looked to their plate. They just looked down. Like they wouldn't, I mean, they were visibly uncomfortable. Like, all right, I wish we wouldn't ask that question.
Wow.
Yeah, they looked down.
Well, but the other thing about it is, it'd be one thing if this were a few years ago, but they're going to be in the same league again.
Baby. Oh, baby.
So they will see each other on the regular.
Yeah, that is something. That is a major league story down there.
Yes, it is. It's huge. It's absolutely huge.
Does this mean that Texas fan and Nebraska fan are handshake memeing right now?
Making fun of Trev?
I would say so a little bit. Trev, that's a bad early loss. It really. I mean, I don't.
No, it is.
It is.
He's a great coach.
Being very objective. Yeah, I'm being very objective. Well, and you're just getting robbed by the rival. That's the worst. That's the worst part of it.
Yeah. All right, Sip. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Thanks for having me on. It's good talking to you.
Bye, Sipple.
Yeah.
Great
Steve
discussion.
Sipple of HuskerOnline.com. Yes, Chip Brown reporting that Jim Schlossnagel is going to be the next head coach of Texas.
Yeah, Pete Nakos has reported as well. There was a tweet. Kendall Rogers says, everything I'm hearing right now points to him being on the move. I have not confirmed it, but I would believe this.
Wow. I would not
20 minutes ago, you said he wasn't going to leave.
I would not have gotten that impression. And you knew that David Pierce was out. I mean, it was the worst kept secret in the world that he was going to be gone. But when we sat down with Jim Schlossnagel the day before the series finals started
on Friday
with Westwood One, and just talking off mic, I never would have gotten the impression that he was interested in leaving.
So here was the question he got last night. With respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggieland? So his answer was this. I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. I am always flabbergasted that someone would say something that definitive. Like, if you want to, I disagree with the first part, but I also understand why he's frustrated. I think that it's a reporter's job to ask a question.
I agree.
He can be pissed about it. That's fine on him too. To add the second part, I took this job so I would never take another job. That hasn't changed. Like, just say, don't ask me that question and move on. You know, Roy Williams did the same thing. Roy Williams was asked after his last game at Kansas, hey, North Carolina opened up by Tracy Wolfson, if I remember right. And he got mad at her. He's like, I couldn't care less or whatever. I'm not thinking about that. And then he took the job, but he never denied. He didn't say that. I took this job to never take another job again.
It is going to be next level stuff. And now I guess the interesting thing will be, how Trev handles a baseball hire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Again, it's one thing to go hire a football coach, but baseball's unique in that not everybody else is in the same competitive realm. The SEC is the major league of college baseball. Period. End of story. They compete with nobody else in that market, in my opinion. And coming off a championship run, best run in program history, having to go out and find somebody else to then, because what you're going to want to do is, hey, we got to keep this train rolling, but also we got to get back at those guys. I want somebody that's going to go out and kick his ass.
What is a tit for tat? What is that with this hire?
He hires Tony Vitello.
Oh.
I don't think that's happening, but
yeah, like what's an answer to this?
It will be fascinating to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you who like to watch Trev squirm, well, he's going to be doing some squirming now. So there's that.
There is that indeed.
We will continue with more of the Grum. We have content. And are we hot D'ing today instead of
what's for dinner?
Yeah. What's for hot D?
What's for hot D?
All right.
Good,
because I don't know what I'm having for dinner, so I was going to have to figure that out.
Okay. 1620 zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 the email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
A heat advisory into this evening. The temperature in the 90s, the triple-digit heat index. Severe storms are possible later tonight. We'll see lows dropping down into the upper 60s. Hail and high winds are possible with the storms. And then a sunny, pleasant Wednesday with a high of 87. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, still seeing delays on eastbound I-80. An earlier crash at 84th is causing stop-and-go traffic all the way back to Q Street. If you're west on I-80, delays go from 24th to basically Q Street. Delays on northbound 480 from the JFK to Harney. If you're south on 480, delays go from Harney to Leavenworth, and then slow going on westbound Dodge from 108th to 144th, and on eastbound Dodge from 680 to 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Pyramid Roofing.
If you've seen the white trucks with Rufus, the spotted dog, then you know about Pyramid Roofing. Replace your siding, windows, roof, or gutters. Call Pyramid Roofing at 402-502-9300 or visit
PyramidRoof.com. Never settle for less.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Fellow Nebraskans, we need your help getting signatures to finally legalize medical marijuana. We only have 3 weeks left. Get to our state's best liquor stores, wine, beer, and spirits to name and sign. Support us at nmm2024.org to make donations. Let's go.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
What do you think you're going to eat an apple and crap a fruit salad? Come on, man.
Sub 1620. The Zone.
Oh yeah, the reaction from Aggie fans not good. The message board geniuses account is already checking out the Aggie message boards on the news that Jim Schlossnagle is leaving for Texas.
How are they doing?
Broke ass Aggie writes, "You're a grade A POS. See you next year at Bluebell, you sack of bleep."
Whoa. Wow. I can't believe they typed out the word bleep.
$240 worth of pudding writes.
Wow.
That's a lot of pudding. Duplicitous. First of all, I mean, the fact that they're using words like duplicitous and deceitful, that's pretty good for a message board poster.
What a message board poster is lawyers.
What a duplicitous, deceitful, four-flushing, dishonest, swindling, conniving, crooked, morally bankrupt POS, blank you Schloss nozzle.
Wow. Nozzle.
Odessa Ag writes, "I'd gladly punch that guy in the face if I could. F him."
I love the contrast of these comments.
They're pretty good.
And finally, Nye Aggie writes, "F Schloss and F Alberts." But it's Alberts with an apostrophe S.
Oh, that's the wrong form of
Never liked Alberts when he was on Penn and dislike him even more now. Yeah, okay. F that guy. I hope we can his ass for this.
By the way, I didn't see this until within the last few minutes. But shout out Jacob Bigelow for quote tweeting this. Apparently, back at the beginning of May, he did a research asking for Aggie baseball fans for information about the stadium. So he did what he did at Memorial. He did that down there for Texas A&M. So maybe coaches just don't like those new stadium things. El Scorcher says, "Pretty crazy how Schlossnagle is going to have been the head coach at TCU, Texas A&M, and now Texas." Yeah. Also, love having you all back together.
He's collecting the infinity stones of Texas colleges.
Now he just needs Rice and Houston. And then
what about UTEP? You should get UTEP in there.
Or maybe UTEP as well. Man.
Tulane.
How about that? You know what?
What? Rob Childress.
There you go. That's what I was thinking.
People forget he coached there before. He was good. He took him to the World Series.
Yes, he did.
But then he got fired.
The college one, right?
Did. Yes, the college one. They don't do a...
I don't know, maybe like a treat.
What if you went after like Dave Van Horn? Because he's home, right? He wouldn't leave.
Yeah, he's not leaving Arkansas.
So who are the good coaches in college baseball right now?
Well,
you already mentioned old boy from Tennessee. We don't think he's going to leave.
See, that's the thing. It's a Texas deal, so
got to have a Texas guy.
Not necessarily, but if you want, you want to make sure you've got good recruiting contacts in that state.
See, I would say like Trev obviously did an incredible job in getting Matt Rule because that was his first massive hire at that scale. And I thought he did a really good job. Now, he also had months to prepare. He fired Frost. I mean, look, he entered that season assuming, I have to imagine, that he was going to fire Frost. He fires him on September 11th. Don't forget.
Yeah.
And then he makes the hire at the end of November. That's 2.5 months that he had to do that coaching search. He doesn't have
2.5 months.
He does not have 2.5 months this time around.
What you look, well, yeah, okay. Do you rate another SEC school? Wes Johnson, who was the pitching coach at LSU last year, Georgia coach this year. Do you raid someone like that? Or do you go to the ACC and you try to take out some of their best guys?
So who would those be that you think?
Well,
maybe
Eric Bakich, former Michigan coach, took them to the World Series.
Yep.
Now at Clemson. Link Jarrett's not leaving. That's his home.
He loves it there. You could pick up on the vibe.
Oh, wow. Look at Nick.
But I mean, it'll be interesting. But the fact that
Trev is a quote unquote outsider, makes this even more interesting.
Yeah, he was an insider at Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Oh, by the way, UTEP, according to Grant, they don't have baseball, Nick, so he can't coach there.
My bad.
Yeah.
He could make baseball.
Jordan says, no one corrected Nick on Tulane, famously not in Texas. Did you say Tulane?
I did say Tulane.
Oh my gosh, Nick. Yeah, they're in Louisiana.
Whoops.
Yeah, they're in New Orleans.
That's the South.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, so now you're defending the losers.
No, I'm just defending different state is a different state.
You know, that was 160 years ago. I think we can move on.
Nah, they were bad people, John.
They're not bad people
Turncoats.
now. They came up
They
here
still
and
fly
gave
the
us all
flags.
their money.
Yeah, if they fly the Confederate flag, they're still a loser in my mind.
I didn't see one Confederate flag in the Charles
Good.
Schwab Field.
That's good.
That is good, actually. What about in the tailgate?
Adam says,
I
Trev
wasn't in a tailgate.
Trev should hire the guy that Texas just fired. He did go to 3 College World Series in 8 years. He'd also probably be pretty motivated to stick it to Texas. Would that feel like hiring, leftovers?
Sloppy seconds. Yeah.
So this will probably be worse for me. When I said Tulane, I was thinking Baylor, but
They
said
are
Tulane.
in, yeah,
they are in
They're
Texas.
very different schools.
But both religious, if I remember right.
Does
I think
Baylor have a
Tulane-
baseball team?
Yes,
Yeah.
Baylor.
Oh,
Yeah. And they've been good.
It's been a while, but they have
Been a while.
I did ask the question earlier on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Does the lack of regional diversity in the College World Series bother you, a.k.a. all the teams from the South or the SEC? What would you guess right now is the vote?
Does it bother you?
Does it bother you, the lack of regional diversity?
I'm going to guess that people actually are not bothered by it.
I'm going to say most people are unbothered.
Yeah.
You would be right.
Yeah, because it's a party. It's fun.
58% no, not bothered. 42% yes.
Yeah, I think that I said this with Faren earlier. Like, I do think that some of this is football brain, but I also think that a lot of it is that we are on the ground here, and we've seen this event with non-SEC, with non-flavor, right? Like Stony Brook, cool story. Nobody wanted, like, from that perspective, though, from like bringing the fun to Omaha. They don't bring the fun to Omaha. Indiana didn't bring the fun to Omaha. Like, these schools bring passion and interest, and the stadium is full. And I think that's what we care about around here.
Yes, we want people, A, that will spend money in droves, and B, people that will bring the fun. Why do you think LSU became such a favorite home, quasi hometown? No, it had long before he came along. But seriously, LSU became a local favorite because their fans were the first to really embrace coming to this event and staying here for a week.
Yeah.
Before that, we would basically the College World Series for the longest time was the locals and friends and family of the players. And that was it.
Yeah.
You did not see, back in the heyday of USC, you didn't see caravans of people coming from LA to root on the Trojans.
Meanwhile, last night, it was quite the spectacle.
It
with
was a great
all
spectacle.
that orange, especially. But it was like, that stuff is cool. And so, yeah, if they were dominating, maybe like those old school teams did in this era, and they weren't bringing people in, one of the I don't know if it's a secret about the World Series, though, is like, if you're outside during a game, like, a lot of people leave early, a lot. And so, like,
yes, they do.
Last night, especially, if there wasn't that many Tennessee or Texas A&M fans, like, the stadium would have emptied out. And one of the things that I remember noticing late in the game was like, wow, even the outfield is fairly full for a day that was 100 degrees and in the sun for the first 6 or 7 innings.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, like, behind the plate, it was awesome and it was packed. So maybe if they weren't showing up, we wouldn't feel this way, but they do. And they bring a fun atmosphere, and
Yes,
they play
they do.
good baseball. Also, we don't have to get existential about college baseball like we do about college football, probably because we don't care about it as much too.
No, we don't.
So I think that plays a part.
It certainly doesn't. I was surprised, that then I wasn't surprised by the result.
Because once you kind of talk it out,
When you talk
it makes
it out,
sense.
it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because, and listen, when Nebraska was here, yes, it was a cool visual, but it's not the same, especially if you're a business owner, because the hotel.
Yeah, you're already here.
You're already
They're
here.
already here.
And, there's just that element of Omaha has always enjoyed just being the host. And when you're the host of a party, you want the party goers to come here and have a good time.
Yep.
When they're over at your house, you want them to have a good time.
Did you have fun? Hope you had fun.
And when you host a party and you bring
thousands and thousands of people from long distance away, and they're all telling you how great you are as a party host and how much fun they're having, you like that.
Yeah.
And so I think Omaha is just fine with having the SEC schools continue to come here.
They just want people to come here.
They just want people to come here.
They want to be a great host. And like, I think you are right, man. I think, the fact that we don't have to do the whole, does it feel like home yet? Like, I think that says a lot, because I think it does. And I think that it is now, whatever differences there are between this ballpark and the old ballpark, I feel like the event is different. It's obviously different, but I think it's gotten different in some ways a lot better, really. It seems like this sport is gaining in popularity.
It is.
And I think that, like, from when I was a kid to now, in terms of seeing what kind of people fill up the ballpark, like, I feel like that's noticeable. Seeing this many fans from opposing schools, I think that that's different. And maybe it's just because I'm more cognizant now than I was as a 14-year-old.
You know what else?
It feels different.
The celebrity sighting.
Definitely. Peyton Manning's there. Josh Heupel is there. Rick Barnes is there. Like,
Eric Church is there. Morgan
Roy
Wall
Williams was there.
Roy Williams has been there. We've had a lot of different celebrity sightings. It used to be at the College World Series. The only celebrity sighting was when Costner would show up to see his buddy
Cal
Augie
State
and
Fullerton.
Cal State Fullerton.
Yeah, for sure.
And that was it.
Yeah.
But I think the last handful of years, especially post-COVID, I think this event has found its home. This now is the home, right?
And how much of that, too, is like the way that they moved the event up? They moved it up by a day, and they got rid of the single header days. And, man, having a championship series on a Saturday and a Sunday and Monday if necessary, that is so nice. I was telling that to Jack as we left last night. I said, yeah, back in the old days, tonight would have been game one. And it could go all the way to a Wednesday. And it's just like, you're going to lose a lot of luster, Meanwhile, if you're a fan, you can fly in for a weekend, getting away for the weekday games, it was going to be a lot harder. And so that's when it was a lot more localized. And that's why the stadium could be kind of empty at the end, because there weren't, fans or diehards of the actual programs.
All right, coming up, we've got content. Nebraska fan, you have been disrespected.
What?
And today is a notable anniversary in the history of the program.
The program?
Today is a notable anniversary in the history of this radio show.
I don't know. Before my time, probably.
It was.
You're like 2 years old, Nick.
1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Hop into the driver's seat of a new Ford truck or SUV now at Baxter Ford. Choose from hundreds of new Ford F-150s, F-150 Lightnings, F-250s, and F-350s. Baxter Ford has over 250 new SUV models available, including Bronco, Bronco Sport, Escape, Edge, Explorer, Expedition, and more. Plus, all our vehicles come with fair, transparent pricing and no dealer fees. So you only pay for the vehicle, not the paperwork. Get started at BaxterFord.com.
Be a memory for your grandchildren. Among Nebraska adults age 65 or older, 47% report current alcohol use. Drinking too much can cause harm to children, family members, and loved ones. By drinking less, you will still be around for your grandchildren. If you or a loved one is looking for help, find a treatment facility near you at findtreatment.gov. For immediate support, call, text, or chat 988.
Brought to you by Nebraska DHHS in partnership with SAMHSA.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give My Lowe's Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not a My Lowe's Rewards member? Join for free today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away.
Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Getting some hail down there in Bellevue, man.
Ooh.
I just told Josh off the air that this pop-up thunderstorm, we've got warnings in like downtown Omaha and south in Bellevue. Reminds me of that storm that popped up over the World Series right as we were ending the Grum, and I was driving back to Lincoln in bright sunshine, and all I could hear was the depression in Kevin's voice as this cloud is.
Because when was that? You weren't doing sidelines yet.
No,
so
it was like 2015, 16, 17, one of those years.
It's like time
or
for
2016 because it was coastal.
Oh, and then you got to do the sidelines the next day.
Yeah.
And not sidelines. You were hanging out. You were going up and down, up and down.
I was up and down.
Oh.
Content,
Nick. Take it away.
EA Sports College Football is almost here. Today's info, toughest places to play according to the game. Kyle Field at Texas A&M is first. Alabama second. LSU third. Wisconsin seventh. Iowa 20th. Nebraska not ranked in the top 25. Thoughts?
I mean, they suck. Why would they be in the top 25? I'll also say this. I am proud of either my Twitter algorithm and my ability to mute or people in general. I didn't see one person complain about Nebraska not being in it. In fact, I saw more people scolding these imaginations out there. I never saw anybody complain today. Do I have everyone muted? That's annoying.
You had Jack Mitchell muted?
Jack didn't complain about this.
Well, he went into his usual rant about I pick all these songs and we should play different songs.
Oh yeah, the Scarlet and the Cream.
This constant silliness of Nebraska trying to find its jump around. It's like, just let things happen organically and stop trying to invent something that doesn't necessarily need to be invented.
Jack, sorry, Come a Running Boys is bad.
Well,
it's a bad song.
I like it personally, but
Come a Running Boys.
But here's the reason why it's not going to show up. Perfield Steel. This is from our good friend Eric.
Yeah.
At the Stumanji Sports
Oh,
Bureau.
I love when football season's back because Stumanji tweets more.
Per Phil Steele, since 2021, FBS teams have won 64% of their home games. Nebraska hasn't won 64% or more of their home games since 2016.
Yeah.
They're at 42% home win percentage since then.
Yeah, if this game came out like this in 1998, they would be number one because they had a 40-whatever game winning streak at the time. You
Also,
win,
the graphics wouldn't be as good.
Yeah.
The graphics weren't very good, Nick, in 1998.
They were good for their
I
time.
love a PlayStation 1.
Wow. Are you going to crap all over me?
No, I love old graphics.
All right.
We've been wondering what would happen with JJ Riddick's podcast, and we finally have an answer. For the time being, and hopefully it's a very, very long time, I am excommunicated from the content space, so there will be no podcast. I'm done with podcasting for now. Sad day to lose another content creator.
No. You're not sad about losing our fellow coworker in the content space, JJ Redick? Old man in the 3.
Here's the deal, JJ. You are a content creator. Now all the content's going to be us talking about you and how bad of a hire this is.
Yeah, have you seen what the content is about him today? He said the F word at his press conference yesterday.
That's not...
Michael K was like, is this what a Duke grad has stooped to?
Is this what the Lakers have stooped to?
Yeah.
Hey, let's get a guy who's
a diehard fan.
Let's get a podcaster to coach our team.
Yeah, I'm happy I'm not a diehard fan of them anymore.
The Celtics are having a grand old time.
I don't like that. Why are you so happy about the Celtics?
I'm not. I didn't say I was happy.
I thought you hated them.
I'm just saying.
You were a Lakers guy. You and I are Lakers fans
when the
together.
Lakers were cool.
Yeah, they're not cool anymore.
Many years ago. Many years ago.
It's been a while.
The NCAA's. Oh nope, I skipped
you can
one.
skip. Yeah,
okay.
you can skip it.
Division I Council will vote this week to abolish the limit on coaches who can provide practice and in-game instruction. In other words, the analysts can be coaches. What will be the positive impact?
Positive impact is that coaches won't get in trouble anymore, like Scott Frost did for having the coaches coach them. I don't really see a negative, except for I know what you're going to talk about, and that's crying poor, and then you're going to hire a million
hilarious.
coaches. Yeah,
it's hilarious. It's
don't believe athletic departments.
It's basically saying, yeah, you can hire as many people as you want, because I guarantee you there are a lot of folks, especially in this day and age with NIL, who would be more than happy just to coach football and not handle any of the recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
And this allows them to do exactly that.
Yep.
So, yeah, stop crying poor about, now we got to pay the players. What are we going to do?
Nick, how are they going to do it?
Meanwhile, we're going to hire 17 coaches that don't have to do any recruiting. Cool.
Well, this is either really good news for John or really bad news for John.
Oh.
Super 70 Sports, the Twitter account that divides the generations like no other, is now a member of the Outkick Network. So in other words, Twitter's most divisive account just became more divisive. John, how are you taking this news?
I don't care. I really don't care.
John Bishop, Clay Travis, handshake meme.
I mean, do I agree with Clay Travis on most of his takes? No.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
But that doesn't mean that Super 70 still doesn't have a purpose.
Remember when Super 70s got locked out of his account and he came crying to please help me. It's me, Super 70 Sports. That was so funny. That guy sucks so much.
He sucks because he provides it's humor that you can appreciate.
I saw somebody after this news broke. I saw somebody retweet with a video, and it was just the same thing over. It was just Greg Maddux. It was just the same Greg Maddux post over and over and over and over.
He tweets the same thing over and over.
Yeah, more or less. Same picture too, except one time.
Unnecessary cuss words for no reason. And then he always tweets about the 80s
so it's okay if
and 90s.
JJ Redick just swears up and down a storm, but
no, I thought Odson and Happer described JJ perfectly yesterday or today. They said that he went into the press conference wanting to say the F word, and I think that he definitely did. You got to watch this video. It comes across as like a fourth grader saying a cuss word for the first time.
Okay,
amazing, fellas. It's time to acknowledge another program anniversary. Today's the 15th anniversary of when Scoop spoke Michael Jackson's death into existence.
You want to talk about an incredible moment in the history of the show, and It's so sad that it happened off the air, and we don't. Right? It was an off-air conversation.
I believe it was an off-air conversation.
Imagine if this was in video form on YouTube, and we could tweet it out today. That would have been so lovely. Thank you, Scoop.
What exactly was it that she said?
So they were talking about the rule of three of thirds.
Oh, yes. And we already lost Ed McMahon to Farrah Fawcett.
What if it was Michael Jackson? And then he died. If we had that, John, you know what I would do? I would put that in our exclusive 1620, the email, and I would have people subscribe so they could see that video.
Well, you would
1620thezone.com.
Or you could have watched it live when you went to our exclusive URL,
ZoneTV.live.
ZoneTV.live. I have to get used to saying that.
Yeah, you haven't been here since we
that's
went to
literally
ZoneTV.live.
If you want to see us, that's the only website you need to remember is ZoneTV.live.
That's awesome.
John, remember when you were here a few weeks ago and you kept denying the greatness of the Kansas City Royals?
Because they hadn't beaten anybody with a winning record? Yes.
Well, the last week of June is here, and there are only 6 games above 500.
Oh, those poor bastards.
They're also 9 games back of Cleveland. You going to say you were right?
I mean, I knew I was right.
Interesting.
They're still having, for them, a really good year.
Oh, exactly. Are they better than the Cubs?
Well,
Gosh, Henry, you could play for the Cubs.
At this point, Spaghetti Arm or whatever his name is from that movie could do a better job than the Cubs.
Henry
bullpen.
Rowan Gardner.
Spaghetti Arm. That's what John
Spaghetti
said.
Arm. Could Tennessee beat the Cubs, John?
They'd probably hit the Cubs bullpen. Yes, they're terrible. I mean, they are terrible. It has gotten to the point. This is the absolute low point when I now watch the games and I laugh.
Wow, that's not good.
When I am laughing, when I'm like, I have it again, and I'm not like viscerally angry and immediately shutting off the TV or throwing a pillow or something. That's how bad it's gotten. That's how bad it's gotten.
Sorry, John.
You guys suck. Heads will roll.
Whoa! And that's a tease for
Metaphorically.
House of the Dragon.
It actually is. And then they'll sew it back on and parade them through the streets.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
Ramona's Mexican Restaurant, previously located at 30th and Reddick and now at 30th and Willett in historic Florence, is still the way you remember it. Nachos, deep fried burritos, and those amazing cinnamon chips. Have a margarita or a cocktail. Open until 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturdays too. And try Ramona's out of this world 2.5-pound massive burger with cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and pickles. Ramona's Mexican Restaurant. Stop in today. Follow them on Facebook for specials and news about their monthly musical bingo.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
At Host Coffee, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise. A promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun. Ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Ah, the sweet feelings of summer. The kiss of warm sun on your skin. The softly scented breeze blowing through the trees. Don't worry, you have Off Clean Feel, fragrance-free mosquito repellent that feels good on skin, so even mosquitoes can't ruin those sweet feelings of summer. Off Clean Feel. Prevention is the best protection from mosquitoes.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I am distressed when people are shooting off guns and throwing fruit at our players. I just have a hard time with that.
On 1620 The Zone.
Yes, Hot D. Now we're 2 weeks into the new season. We apologize for the delay, but
Hot D's.
We were gone.
Well, we were gone.
We
And
didn't know you were going to watch it.
Honestly, I didn't know if I'd be able to. I don't know how I did it.
I can't believe that you rewatched the first season. That's the most impressive part about this. Yeah. I knew
Well,
you'd have
I
plenty
wouldn't
of time to watch the first 2 episodes.
Aren't you in the middle of your Sopranos rewatch?
Yeah, you must have put that on pause.
I put that on pause.
Nice.
Whoa.
I put that on pause. In the breaks that I took when I wanted something to watch, like when I was having dinner, I would watch a Hot D.
So how are we feeling about the new season so far?
Well, first of all, I would say the rewatch. I enjoyed the rewatch more than the original viewing.
Yeah, right, because you knew the characters.
It's
and
probably
you were
easier to
remembering
keep things
things
straight.
It helped.
Yeah, because I still am struggling with the names.
I get so many of the Targaryens mixed up.
Well, I mean, the fact and spoilers for Sunday, obviously, but that it was a fight between Eric and Eric. You know, it's like, what are we doing here? Come on, George.
Well, hey,
we given them different names.
But then they, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
They off themselves. Now we don't have to worry about them anymore.
That's true.
Yeah.
Now they're done.
Which one do we think killed himself?
I think it was the.
You think it was Eric?
I think it was nice, Nick. I think it was the one who was supposed to protect her.
Yeah.
I think he killed his brother, had the shame, offed himself. What a way to do it. Ouch.
Yeah.
Fall on sword like that.
So an actual conversation that had happened with the people I watched the episode with.
Yeah.
It was talking about the sister wife. And at one point we're like, wait, I didn't know that was her sister. I thought that was his cousin, which is a conversation you can only have involving the Targaryen.
Unless you're talking about the state of Alabama.
Yes.
Well, Westeros is basically the Alabama of whatever planet they're on.
Definitely.
But the thing I've enjoyed about this is, like with the original Game of Thrones, the Starks were always the faces.
Yes.
Right? I mean, yeah, they're, it's not like they were perfect, but
yeah, Sansa sucked.
They were.
She loves.
They were easy to root for,
Sure,
right?
sure.
It was very obvious they were the faces. They were always taking the heat.
Honor.
And
except for John.
Is
and
there
having to-
anybody in that show? Is that what you're going to say? Like, there's nobody in this show?
Is redeemable.
They all suck. Everyone sucks.
They do.
Yeah.
I did like that part at the beginning where they flash forward to Winterfell, and then they showed that process of going to the wall. And
in the first episode?
That was really cool in the first episode. I wanted more of that.
I like, John, what you just said. I like the gray area of all these characters, how, they're either like somewhat bad or like all the way bad.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And, the Hand of the King situation, it seems like that's going to end up being a bad decision.
Yeah, you think?
I don't think that that's going to work out very well for the king.
I am looking forward to, just like with Littlefinger in the original episode, Larys getting whacked.
Yeah.
I don't like. He is my least favorite character.
He's got
the
Littlefinger vibes.
the gimpy guy who's.
Oh, he sucks.
He is a.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I cannot wait till.
So you're
he
excited
gets
for
his.
him to meet his maker?
Oh yeah, when he
Maybe
meets
they'll
his
cut off
maker,
his head.
It's going to be pretty cool.
How come they always find a way to make the Master of Whispers the creepiest guy?
Because you got to be creepy if you're going to have all that intel.
That's true.
If you're going to have inside info, I think you have to be a creep.
Yeah.
Whereas now, if you have inside info, you're a very cool and normal radio host.
So
I think.
Is where's Damon going?
Good question.
Because he takes off. He and I almost said Daenerys.
Viserion?
One of the dragons.
Yeah.
What the hell's her name?
You're the one who's been rewatching
Lyanna?
it. I just watch
Not
it for the
Lyanna.
vibes.
Anyway,
Just watch it for the vibes.
they had their first fight as a cousin niece married couple.
Yep.
As one does. As one does.
As
It's a
one
very
typically
normal
does.
thing.
Yeah.
And he rushes off on the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Where is he going? What is he going to do? Is he going to start his own little battle again, or
Is he going to kill another kid?
I don't
He's
know.
going to kill another kid.
There's a lot of child death in this show.
There is a lot of child death in this show.
Yes, they should have called it "Killing Kids." I don't.
Wow, interesting.
Well, there
Killing kids. A Game of Thrones story.
It still works.
It does.
All right, tomorrow's Wednesday.
Bye.
Bye.